Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump has signed a couple of executive orders aimed at reining in birthright citizenship and birth tourism. The president says the nation's highest court leaves him with no choice but to take this action.
We had a very unfortunate decision in the Supreme Court concerning birthright. It was close, but a very, very unfortunate decision. So we're making adjustments because it's very unfair.
A New Mexico court is ordering Instagram and Facebook parent Meta to pay $567 million to address the harm its platforms inflict on young people. Meta disagrees, vows to appeal. It's a scientific breakthrough that's fraught with possibilities for good and otherwise. Researchers say they've managed to design new viruses using artificial intelligence.
We already know that generative AI tools have done things like help design new vaccines and helped design new antibiotics for treating drug-resistant infections. But this really feels like quite a significant step up, because now instead of just designing one single compound, one little protein, this is actually the whole genome, the entire genetic code of a virus that is being developed completely from scratch and producing something that is actually viable at the end of it. That is a big step up.
The BBC's James Gallagher says it's hoped this could lead to new drugs and more effective treatments. The downside, the possibility of new deadlier bioweapons. At least a half dozen people are dead, several wounded. A shooting at a high school near Bangkok. Thai police say the student gunman is dead. The man accused of starting one of the devastating Spokane wildfires allegedly told investigators that fire is powerful and beautiful. His lawyer seeking a competency exam. On Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 4 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 137, and the S&P futures are up 13 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
An East African country says it's on board with the Mideast peacekeeping plan.
Uganda's parliament has approved sending troops to Gaza as part of an international stabilization force proposed by President Donald Trump's Board of Peace in February. Morocco also has pledged to send troops to Gaza. The force would be led by U.S. Major General Jasper Jeffers, who in May said that the force of about 20,000 would ensure future prosperity and enduring peace after the Israel-Hamas war. Last week, Trump announced a deal for Hamas to disarm and for Israel to pull its forces from Gaza. Once Israeli forces have left, then the International Stabilization Force would come in. I'm Donna Water.
Water levels on the Danube River have dropped so low due to drought that ghosts of the past, World War II German battleships, are coming into view. The record lows also forcing power plants to the brink of shutdown. News and analysis at townhall.com. The heat is on, and it's a life-altering event for a lot of people.
A new AP Nord poll finds that Americans are increasingly noticing the impact of extreme heat on their lives. According to the survey, U.S. adults nationally have become more likely to say that extreme heat has had either a major impact or a minor impact on their travel or vacation plans, electricity bills, their sleep, their families' outdoor activities, and more since 2024. Much of that shift was among people who live in the West or Midwest. At the same time, belief in climate change has declined slightly since last year, with Democrats more likely than Republicans to say that extreme heat has had a major impact on their lives. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
This morning's AAA national average, a gallon of regular gas, $4.04. That's down 2 cents from yesterday, and it is down 6 cents from a week ago. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to TakeLean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Well, happy Friday morning. Woohoo! We made it, folks. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. Will start as we always do with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be a scorching 92. A low tonight of 74 with spotty storms. Right now, the temperature in the River City, 73 degrees. Squirrels dropped both of yesterday's games in the doubleheader to Reading. 7:05 first pitch for the teams tonight. Moving on to D.C., the high today will be an even more scorching 95. Late afternoon storms expected, which become evening storms, where the low will be 72. Right now, the temperature 74 degrees in Washington. The Nats fall again to the Phils. Back home for a series versus the Reds this weekend. 6:45 first pitch. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high of 86 with spotty storms today. A low of 71, still with spotty storms tonight. Right now, the temperature also 71 degrees in Georgia. Braves walloped the Marlins 11-3 yesterday. Next up for the Braves, a trip to New York to face the Yankees. 7:05 first pitch tonight. In Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 94 with spotty storms, a low of 73 tonight, still with spotty storms. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 74 degrees. Philadelphia, your high today will be 92 with late afternoon storms, which, like D.C., will turn into evening storms when the low will be 75. Right now, the temperature in eastern Pennsylvania is 77 degrees. The Phils will host the Blue Jays this weekend. First pitch tonight, 6:40 p.m. Morgantown, shout out to all yins there in West Virginia. A high of 84 today with showers and storms expected. A low of 68 this evening with the evening storm still. And then right now in wild and wonderful West Virginia, the temperature is 71 degrees. Last but certainly not least in my heart, my Yinzers in the 412. A high today of 84 with showers and storms, just like with Morgantown. And also just like with Morgantown, evening storms expected when the low will be 69. Right now the temperature in the Steel City, 70 degrees. Buccos lose again to the Brewers. Daggone it. They're back home to face the Mets this weekend. First pitch tonight, 6:40 p.m. Panthers over the Cardinals in the NFL Hall of Fame preseason opener last night, 33-30. An encouraging start for rookie Cards quarterback Carson Beck. Sean McVay, meanwhile, says that Aaron Donald looked, quote-unquote, outstanding in his workout with the Rams this week. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact, from 9 to 11, all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know what to do. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. All right, folks, get those active minds ready. It's time for a few words to the wise. You know, maybe this won't surprise anyone listening, but I was a horrible math student growing up. Words made sense to me. Numbers, not so much. You know, halfway through the SAT, remember that when we measured student aptitude? Anyway, halfway through the SAT, I pretty much had a perfect score. Then the math section happened. My mental shortcomings notwithstanding, in class I had this crazy knack for somehow getting the bottom line answers to math problems right. Maddeningly, though, I wouldn't receive full credit from my teachers. Miss Dinsmore, look, I got the answer right. Why did you dock my grade? Dan, you moron. Okay, she didn't really call me a moron, but I sneaky would have dug it if she had. Yeah, you got the answer right, but that was a total goof, a complete accident. You did all the wrong math. Yesterday, I closed the Dan Hobgood Report by saying that I would discuss the root cause behind our courts' frequently terrible decisions over time. Essentially, just like moi in grade school, the courts are using the wrong math. Alas, even when courts get an answer right, that's usually in spite of themselves. The problem goes all the way back to the founding generation. In our infant nation, courts were trying to figure out how to flesh out a field of case law to meet the demands of legal disputes. Their solution? To invoke British court precedents, referred to, rather pertinently, as common law. However well-intentioned or perceived as necessary, this move was our judiciary's original sin. And it supposedly infuriated the author of our Declaration of Independence. Why was that? Because thanks to that document, America represented a complete break from the traditions of her motherland. Something new, fundamentally different. No longer a land of subjects in service of a monarchical sovereign, but rather a nation of sovereigns unto themselves. The problem ultimately stems from a single question that emanated from British common law, as a means by which to decide cases. What's in the best interest of society? And sure enough, that question became nothing short of pervasive. I heard it almost immediately upon the commencement of my first year of law school, and then over and over and over after that. I reckon that my reaction to hearing the question resembled Jefferson's. Each time a professor uttered the query, it was like nails on a chalkboard to me. Of course, the problem is that the question is the exact inverse of what courts should be asking. What's in the best interest of individual self-determination? Had answering that question been court's underlying objective all along, our nation's case law likely would be much more defensible than it is now. As is, in the alternative, we're able to understand how the Supreme Court would rule as it did in a Kelo versus New London. Really, based on the firmly entrenched question, what's in the best interest of society, the Kelo homeowners never stood a chance. And what do I always say? The politics of self-interest cannot withstand an assault from the morality or moral code of self-sacrifice. Wherever the road leads from here, for the West, whether lovers of liberty will try to undo the bad wiring and retrace our steps here in America, or they take a mulligan and try to forge ahead with something new, a key to our success will be replacing the question that courts have been asking for hundreds of years with the one that they should have been asking all along. All right, well, we'll pick up with this next week. In the meantime, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is followed by the John Fredericks Show next. Stay tuned, everyone, and if I may note, instead of Killer Carl hosting the Killer Carl Show tomorrow at 8 a.m., I will be guest hosting in his place. No guests scheduled at this point, so we may have a call-in show to speak your mind, but please tune in tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for the Killer Carl Show. All right, everybody, stay tuned. Outside the Box coming right now.
Our rocket hit the moon. Einstein Crater, 2:35 a.m. Wednesday. The 4-ton discarded rocket portion of the SpaceX Falcon 9 hit the moon at 5,400 miles an hour. A Fox Business story says it launched back in January of 2025, but it was pulled back to the lunar surface due to solar activity and gravitational forces, according to a NASA official.
If God had wanted man to fly, he would have given him wings, Mr. Kid.
But instead of chalking up another setback, the NASA administrator said SpaceX has recovered over 600 of their boosters and that it's infrequent to have such things happen.
It's no big deal.
In fact, the story says, quote, not only was the impact expected to cause minimal damage, NASA hopes it will actually be able to study the event and garner scientific insights from observation, and that meteors of this magnitude hit the moon every week, they say. As an aside, they also say these rocket parts eventually are planned to land safely there and somehow be part of what they're calling a city block they're building on the moon's surface. But this thing was expected to cause a 60-foot wide, 12-foot deep crater from the impact. Thinking outside the box, will anyone ever just admit these things are part of the growing process and quit making every mistake sound like another serendipitous invention of microwave ovens or silly putty?
If at first you don't succeed, Mr. Kid, try again, Mr. Winner.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous. And thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next-level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, Just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of truth, the Oracle of the deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. Welcome everyone to the John Fredericks Media Network and all of our John Fredericks radio apps. And it's great to have you guys with us because we love being here. We love Fridays because that means Saturday, well, we get some sleep and we got the weekend coming. We got the Hall of Fame game last night. That means that football is ready to rock and roll. Coming to you live in your nation's capital, the cleanest, most beautiful, safest city in America. And guess what? Running another campaign for neighborhood commission in my neighborhood, filed, got my signatures, and we're going to start a campaign for that. Maximum donation, $25. That's the max, baby. This is called the Incumbent Protection Act. But you know what? I love talking to people. I love getting involved. And if you're going to try to fix things and tell other people to get involved, you got to get involved yourself. So, you know, be knocking on doors. I got my SIGs in and filed yesterday. Already got a bunch of people asking me for my positions on things. And of course, I'm running against ideologue libtard. But, you know, and there's Trump derangement syndrome here, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to do what I do and you got to stand up to it. And listen, Dan, if you're going to tell other people to get involved and, you know, pick the crown up out of the gutter like I do and get involved with your precinct, well, then I got to do it too. I can't be sitting on my butt just, you know, telling people what to do. Got to lead by example. That's what I tell my sons. That's what I tell my daughter. Got to lead by example. You know, if you don't lead by example, then basically you're just another talking head. Anyway, it's great to have everybody with us. If you'd like to donate to my campaign, $25 is the max. And just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. It's the same site. And, you know, we got to do polling and all that. I'm going to have a shot to win this thing because I'm going to actually campaign for it, raise money, do a couple mailers. And, you know, you got to start. I'm determined to build DC and to get a base here. And, you know, nobody's ever done it. Our chairman doesn't do it. He needs to go. Patrick Mara's a disaster. He doesn't do anything. Nice enough guy, good father, all that. But he doesn't do anything. And they just basically want to lose and walk around with a badge on that says chairman and go to the meetings. That's basically it. I'd actually like to get something done. And I think the story to be told here in Washington, D.C. is phenomenal. It's a phenomenal success story. I mean, you heard me in the Oval Office the other day engaging with President Trump. He's so proud of what he's done here. And this is basically, this is the blueprint for every city in America. And I'm trying to be, I'm trying to be a spokesperson here, right? And, you know, I could have run for mayor, but it just didn't feel right to me and couldn't have won anyway. And I'd have been mocked. Instead, now I've got a better opportunity as Ward 2 chairman and running for commissioner here in order to, you know, bring the local issues to the people and to build a party base and get a foothold. And I think if we can do that, we're going to be successful. But you got to start somewhere. I don't care if we get 7%, 8%, 10%, 2%, like Coach Herman says, right? You play to win the game. I don't care if you don't have any wins. You play to win the game, and that's what we're doing. We're playing to win the game. So help me out with a donation.
You play to win the game.
Thank you. I don't care if you don't have any wins. You play to win the game. Thank you, Coach Herman. And you want to donate to my campaign, $25 max, I'd appreciate it. I really would, because I've already had to put money in to just, you know, buy a palm card. So all good. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. So mixed bag coming out of Tennessee yesterday. We got a mixed bag. Andy Ogles, who I was an endorser, supporter of, lost his bid yesterday to get reelected to Congress by Charlie Hatcher, which hopefully we can get on our show. I got to write that down, get in touch with him. And Charlie Hatcher is he's going to win that season. He'll be the new congressman in Tennessee. I guess that's 5. So Ogles ousted, endorsed by President Trump. So why did Ogles lose? Well, the district changed. So 50% of the people didn't know him. That was number one. Number two, he didn't raise money He didn't spend enough time meeting those people across the district, the new district. Charlie Hatcher's a farmer that's, agriculturally got a last-minute endorsement from President Lee. President Trump pulled out all the stops. He did a tele-rally for him yesterday. He also sent Robert F. Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr. there to help him out, but all for naught. Lost by about, 4,000 votes. So, 53-47, something like that. Tight, but not particularly a nail-biter. So that was one of our candidates went down. But very excited that Tennessee Johnny Garrett won his race. He's going to be great. We had Tom Emmer backing him, and we had Tom Emmer and him on yesterday. So that was very important for us that he gets there. And so, yay. So Tennessee Johnny Garrett, who's been on my show 2 times in the last 2 days, we went all out for him. He won, so we're excited about that. Marsha Blackburn easily beats John Rose. She's going to be the first female governor of Tennessee, and we're excited about that. Love Marsha to death. Diana Harshbarger had no opposition. So there you have it. Kind of my groupies there in Tennessee. Very excited about it. Very excited about what we've done, and we're going to just keep growing there. So got a new station coming online, WAKM 950. Also, that'll be around this first week in September. Be carrying the Titans. We'll be carrying, who else will be carrying? Titans and, Volunteers. We'll be carrying the Volunteers. We'll be carrying the Titans. So that's kind of fun. And no Preds. I couldn't get them. Sorry. But Titans will be good. And the Volunteers. And that comes online about the first week in September, AM 950. Still working on it. It's going to be fun. I'll be spending a lot of time there. So we're very excited about it. Very excited about being able to do that. And like I always say, folks, right? Lace them up and lace them tight. Let's go. And we're going to be fired up about all this stuff. So great to have you with us. Now, also Brent Taylor, our other candidate we endorsed, winning his race handily. He'll be representing the new district. So, it's all good. It's all Republicans. It's all good. So basically, we were for Brent Taylor. He won. We were for Tennessee Johnny. He won. We were for Blackburn. She won. And so that was good. And then Ogles went down. So I guess that's what we won 3 out of 4. It's not bad. You win 75%, you make a lot of money. So, but I feel bad about Andy. He just didn't raise the money at the end of the day. You got to raise the money, and he didn't do it. And he got outspent. And there also left-wing PACs came in to beat him. He also had some issues about stuff he said and campaign stuff. And so he's out. He got beat. Anyway, yesterday, very, very good day for the president yesterday. Signed an executive order to get rid of birthright tourism citizenship. I got a clip here by Stephen Miller. If you could find that for me, Dan, we're going to get that up. That's going to be our first one of the day. And we're good. And then I'll get to Steve in Virginia after that. So if you can find that clip, we're good to go. In the meantime, other changes. We are, what's today? The 7th? Monday will be the 10th. So we're 9 days away from Wendy Bell Live, 10 to noon. I'm really looking forward to this. She's going to rock your world. She is going to rock your world. I mean, this chick is something else. And we wanted her live. We wouldn't know podcasts, and she's been doing that. And I'm like, Wendy, you were made for live radio. You got to get back on live radio. Got to change your time. Can't do noon. Nobody's interested in that. You got to be rocking it 10 a.m. to noon. That's your spot. Yeah, we're going to get Wendy Bell Live August 17th, 10 a.m. to noon. That's going to be fun. And let's go. I tell you what, let's hold the Miller clip then a minute, Dan, cut 13, and let's get to Steve Areno in Virginia. Steve, you're live.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks.
Oh,
Thanks for
thank you.
taking my call.
Thank you.
And happy Friday.
Don't forget, help me out with a $25 donation. I'd appreciate it.
I think I can do that. When I find the link to donate, I certainly will.
MakeDCGreat.com.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things you can still do, but I'm making up my Christmas wish list for you and the second ward there.
Thank you.
And anyways, very quickly, the issue for me today is that finally looks like there's going to be some time to pay up for Fauci. He was found in contempt of Congress yesterday, and but this guy has been a turd in the punch bowl of viral science for more than 40 years, and how he even got to where he is very questionable. But the issue of what he did, and that he did, I mean, to the American public and to the world in some ways, is criminal. And this guy should be buried under this, a jail cell, not put in one. But back in May of 2020, the CDC, in their Emerging Infectious Diseases Journal, the May edition of 2020, they had a number of policy articles that were all based on research. And I was one of those people who said, okay, yeah, I will follow the science. But the science didn't go where they said it was going. And
The science, my friends.
Yeah.
Hold that thought, Steve.
Yeah.
You got to go to a break. Hey, while I'm on the break, you can go to makedcgreat.com and donate $25. See, I'm going to maximize your time, Steve. I'm here for you, buddy. We'll be right back.
From one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
West Virginia Sports Nation gives you a top-of-the-mountain view of the Mountaineers sports landscape. See what's happening in all the sports, far beyond football, basketball, and baseball. Gymnastics, track and field, rowing, swimming and diving, golf, volleyball, tennis. More sports, more stories. If the Mountaineers play the game, WVSportsNation.com has it covered. Up-to-date and insightful articles written by Mountaineers for Mountaineers Nation. WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pier 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, it's great to have you back, and really excited about what President Trump did yesterday, ending birthright tourism. Now there's going to be legal challenges to that. It's going to get to the Supreme Court. And I guess Amy Coney Barrett will vote to strike it down like she always does, because she's basically complete and utter waste of my time and energy as far as I'm concerned. But I tell you what, somebody asked me the other day, hey, do you have something for high blood pressure? Yes. Forget, somebody emailed me. Yes. Salty, which I take every day, cholesterol perfect, blood pressure perfect, heart perfect. I get my checkup. Doctor can't believe how healthy I'm at 668, and I'm a little bit overweight. As you know, I'm trying to lose another 25 pounds. But this because I take my Salty. And I just take 2 of these a day. I take a lot of different stuff, folks. That's why I'm so healthy. But my cholesterol, it's all natural. It's a tea extract. Cholesterol, perfect. Blood pressure, perfect. Heart, ticker, perfect. Why? Because I take care of myself. And I be sure that I take Carmichael's Salty. Now, all you got to do for this, folks, because it's very, very inexpensive to get your cholesterol down. And it's like all natural. And to get your blood pressure down, just go to GodzillaHeart.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get buy one, get one. So you buy one, you get one free. And then if you subscribe for every 2 you buy, you get one free. But just go to GodzillaHeart.com, promo code Godzilla, and that is going to get you buy one, get one. So basically, you're paying half price, and then if you subscribe going forward, you buy 2, you get one free, and it just comes when they run out. This is something you should be taking every day. Sometimes I forget to think about it because when you go to the doctor and everything is fine, and they say, "Well, last time I went, doctor, like, why is your cholesterol perfect? Why is it perfect?" I'm like, because I take Salt. He's like, what the hell's that? I'm like, Carmichael invented it, and his friends did, but just go to GodzillaHeart.com, and you too can have the best cholesterol level at your age in history of man. You can do it too with Salty. GodzillaHeart.com, promo code Godzilla. Just feel better, guys. Come on, feel better. Got to get that. You don't want to be carrying around cholesterol, high blood pressure. No. I got a stressful job, but my blood pressure is perfecto, right? Last time I went, they always go the blood thing. The guy looks at me, he says, it's perfect. It's right within the scope of normal, cholesterol, all that. I'm good to go. So check that out. Go to GodzillaHeart.com, promo code Godzilla. Buy one, get one. We were finishing up with Steve, and then I'm going to get to Stephen Miller. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Fredericks. Very quickly, I will tell you that it was back in 2020, May edition of the Infectious Emerging Diseases Journal of the CDC, and I will send you links for this after we get off the call. But the issue here was that they had policy articles that were all based in the science that said that masking and social distancing and closing down schools and work and everything were not going to help anything. Okay? So Fauci was out there going against everything that the CDC had published articles in May of 2020 saying this isn't the thing that we should be doing. So, they were not following the science, and it's proven. I'll send you the links to that. Dr. Robert Redfield, who was the head of the CDC at the time, he recently came out in an interview where he was saying, "Oh well, it's unfortunate we didn't know at the time." It's like, come on, you published it in the CDC in May. I mean, that was right after President Trump had said, "Look, 2 weeks to stop the spread, and then by Easter we'll all be back to normal." And then 2 weeks went by, and the next thing you know, he's standing there, in the White House at the press room saying, and everybody else is telling him what to do. And it's like, it's just criminal because everybody knew that it wasn't going to work. So, I feel really bad. I never wore a mask. And I never got the shot. And I, see so many people in my family and friends that, have passed away from all of these horrible things that were done when, the science was not followed. So, and speaking of things not being followed, by the way, you mentioned about President Trump signing an executive order to try and stop, this birth tourism stuff. The Scrotus, as I call them, because they are a bunch of nuts, even when they're trying to be right about some things. They basically got it wrong when they based their, the 14th Amendment as, why they made the decision that they did. Because guess what? The 14th Amendment never legally passed, never had the 3/4 of the states to sign on to that constitutional
Well,
amendment.
these are, look, all of this is true, but they ruled against it, and that's all that matters. So we can complain about it and talk about what the 14th Amendment is, but you're not going to stop it because it was a 5-4 decision. So sorry. That's just, I deal in the real world. Okay. I understand your frustration, Steve. And it should, and the problem with the 14th Amendment, I get it. But it is what it is, and that's how they ruled. And now, until Congress changes it, that's what we have. Thank you, Steve. You have a great weekend. Also, thanks for the donation. Let's get to, here's Stephen Miller, birthright tourism. Yesterday, White House, President Trump signing an executive order. Go ahead. Take a look.
Now, if we could talk, Steve, maybe you could discuss what we're dealing with on birthright citizenship. We had a very unfortunate decision in the Supreme Court concerning birthright. It was close, but a very, very unfortunate decision. So we're making adjustments because it's very unfair. This was done for a different reason. This was done right after the Civil War. This was for the babies of slaves. And what's happening now, people are building businesses around it. From wealthy people are building businesses around birthright citizenship. That's not the way it's supposed to work. It's a disgrace. They're buying their way in, and we're not going to let it happen. So, Steve, if you will, please.
Yes, so today the President signed these 2 executive orders here relating to birthright citizenship and birth tourism. As the President mentioned, the 14th Amendment was passed exclusively in the aftermath of the Civil War so to ensure that the children of slaves would be citizens. It had no other meaning and purpose outside of that. And that's been clear, obviously, since the day that it was passed. You can go back and you can read the congressional debates. This is not something that's even seriously contested by anybody. The President is using his authority as Commander-in-Chief to sign first an executive order using the new ruling the Supreme Court issued to expand the definitions of people who are ineligible for birthright citizenship. That includes, for example, alien enemies of the United States, members of foreign terrorist organizations, and large categories of people who lobby and act on behalf of foreign governments. And so with taking this action, it ensures that large numbers of people who wrongly would be getting birthright citizenship will no longer be eligible for those benefits. The second action that he's taking, which is especially historic, is for the first time ever in American history to ban birth tourism. So I want you to really let that sink in. This has been something that people have talked about not only for years, but for decades. The idea that people come here pretending to be a tourist, pretending to be a visitor, saying they want to go to Disneyland, they want to go visit a monument or go to a national park, but the real reason they're here is to have a child, to make that child an automatic citizen, leave our country, and then have a U.S. citizen child. It gives them access under this broken system to welfare benefits, ultimately to the voting booth, and all the other rights and privileges that belong solely to Americans. So that practice of birth tourism is, as of the signing of this order, hereby banned. And what that means is that no one in the world is any more allowed to obtain a visa for this fraudulent purpose. It is probably, and President Trump has done many historic things on immigration, too many to list now, sealed the southern border shut, record deportations, record integrity, stopping foreign terrorist entry, record reduction in drug seizures, dismantling criminal cartels, dismantling the gangs, right? Everything he's done that has been so unprecedented. I would put this in the top 3 in terms of importance because it ends what has been one of the gravest and most egregious abuses of the American system, and it keeps American citizenship sacred.
Thank you.
I mean, this is got to be the biggest no-brainer in history. And we're going to have 50 court challenges, and then Amy Coney Barrett is going to vote. It's going to vote it down. I mean, that is what's going to happen, and they'll cite something because she's afraid of what the New York Times will say about her. This is the worst justice imaginable. She is pathetic. Okay, absolutely pathetic. And so that is my position. You know, we all thought she'd come in there, and we were excited, and you know, we should have known. We should have, Notre Dame, Catholic. We should have known. She's absolutely pathetic justice. And she's a David Souter of our time. And worse than others. I mean, she is the worst. And she's going to vote this down. Guaranteed, because she's afraid, she's intimidated, she's scared. You just look at her face. I mean, she's just a frightened little thing. Has no business being there. And idiots like me backed her. Like stupid. And she's a complete disaster, coupled with the fact that she basically just aligns herself with Roberts. So they're like they're like the dynamic duo. Like whatever they say goes. We have a 2-court system, a 2-judge system. It's unbelievable. Okay, Jeanine Pirro's in trouble, guys. Let's get the cut one. Here's Maggie Haberman. Here's Maggie Haberman basically saying that she was stunned by Trump's response. I told you when I was in the Oval Office Monday, he got a little animated and was pointing his finger. It's not necessarily a good thing, right? So let's go to Maggie Haberman. One.
Against something like this. You traveled with the president this week as part of the press pools. He was going out west. You just heard from David Hearn, who is this former Olympian who was indicted remarkably for damaging the reflecting pool, and then Jeanine Pirro totally reversed course. When you hear what's going on with Jeanine Pirro, or the president refused to tell you all the other night, he basically said he doesn't know if he's going to fire her or not.
Yeah, he said they haven't made a determination yet.
And to hear him answer it that way was pretty remarkable.
It was shocking. He looked visibly angry. Granted, it was nighttime and it was under a giant plane wing, and he spoke to us for, I think, a total of 8 minutes on this trip. That was all the press got with him. But he was clearly very angry. And
with her.
I mean, it was really about her. It was not about Burgum. He wasn't talking about that at all. It was that she didn't proceed with this case. He tried to walk it back a little bit, I think, today with, I believe it was with NBC, maybe it was somebody else. But it doesn't really matter. It's in the air and it's known what happened. And I think that for Pirro, who had always believed that he would be very loyal to her because she's been pretty loyal to him, it was pretty surprising. It probably shouldn't have been, but this is not something like, remember the hurricane map in term 1 where he drew over, I think it was your state? Yes.
Yeah.
He drew a cone and the storm wasn't there. This is charging someone.
I mean, it's just nuts. I've been saying it for some time. These, if you're going to work for the president, you work for the president. You don't work for yourself. And look, I don't know. All I know is I saw a video and it looked like vandalism. And Trump is really pissed. And he's still mad. And he's not made a decision, which is his right to not make a decision. These people serve at the pleasure of the president. I mean, they serve, I just want you to get this. They serve at the pleasure of the president, not the pleasure of themselves, right? And so I don't know what, I'm a big fan of Pirro. I think as a DC resident, she's a godsend here. And I would be very disappointed if this cost her position. And I just think they need to work it out. But I think, yes, he felt blindsided by it. And he felt that she caved, like Amy Coney Barrett caves, because she's afraid of the mob. She's afraid of the New York Times. She's afraid of CNN. She's just scared. And you can't be a justice when you're frightened to death. So, look, Pirro's tough. And I don't know what went on there, but she didn't give the president an ample heads up. And I think that was really the issue. Here's Mandami. Let's go to cut 2. Mandami is booed off the stage in under a minute at an NYPD event. If it's not radio friendly, I'll explain it in a minute. Go to 2.
Oh yeah, man! It's a big Knicks fan! Let's go Knicks!
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some more dancing? Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. We got awards. Somebody an award. Do you want to see who's getting an award? Come on, guys. I want some energy here.
Well, here it is. Booed off the stage. Wait till 9/11 comes. I guess he'll go on the Hassan Piker show saying that we deserved it. And as Piker said, his only regret was only 5,000 Americans died, should have been 50,000. I guess he'll go on his show to commemorate 9/11. But here it is, folks. The party's starting to end now, right? He's got booed off the stage. Now, wherever this guy goes, he's now going to get roundly booed. Doesn't matter where he goes, he's going to get booed. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. We had a question from Steve on Fauci. Let's get to, I didn't see Greg in that thing. Sorry about that, Dan. I never saw it.
Oh, that's okay. If I could say really quickly, watching Mamdani get booed like that is just music to my ears. That is so incredibly gratifying. That just made my day watching that.
Well, there's more to come. I mean, this guy, the riots are coming. I keep telling you, you can't do what he's doing. They're gonna run out of money. And to see Hochul, I got a couple clips of her coming up. To see Hochul just groveling at this guy's feet. She's petrified of this guy. She's petrified because if he doesn't get the vote out for her, she's going to get beat by Blakeman. I think Bruce Blakeman, I should get him on my show. I think he's got a hell of a shot to win this thing. I think he's got a shot. And tide is turning, and the whole thing is turning. The whole thing. The Democrats have blown themselves up. I mean, their party has no money. Look, let me just give you a couple little tidbits here, okay? The DNC is $2 million in debt. That's the Democratic National Committee. They had to borrow $18 million in order to make payroll. They had to put the DNC building up for collateral. So they have no money. They can't raise it. Their chairman, Ken Martin's a catastrophe. Nobody will give him any money. Communists are winning right and left. They're taking the party over. Nobody with any money is going to give anything to them because all they want to do is take it. You got that going. But it's even worse for the Democrats. If you look at the associated committees, the senatorial committee, the congressional campaign committees, Republicans have one, Democrats have one. If you look at the money in those committees, Republicans have double the money the Democrats do across the board on every committee. So it's beyond, folks, it is beyond just the RNC and the DNC. The RNC has $130 million in cash, no debt. The DNC has $2 million in debt. That's a $132 million difference, right? The Trump PAC has got, I don't know, $400 million in it. They have nothing close to that. The committees, the Republicans have double the money. Now, does it? Yes, it matters, because when you don't have money, you can't get the vote out, you can't do early voting, and the Republicans are flush with cash. And so if you look at the House, and if you look at the last 2 cycles, 91% of House members that outspent their opponent won, 91%. So it's very difficult to win these House races when you're getting outspent 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. You can maybe win a governorship. You can maybe win a Senate race, because you're getting national exposure. But when you're in a district, and you got to buy different media markets, and it's not really clear, you're going to get beat. So Republicans have a tremendous cash advantage. I mean, it's tremendous. And of course, the fake news won't tell you that. 888-480-JOHN. 888-480-JOHN. Talk about Fauci. Here's Piers Morgan with Rand Paul basically saying, you're right. This guy should be in jail. Roll it. 3.
Yeah, I agree with all that. Senator Rand Paul, another part of my dinner party argument was that you are some kind of weird obsessive about Fauci, and that's what's driving this. I have to say, I've been watching you for a long time on this. I think you've been asking completely pertinent and important questions, and we all deserve answers, because the next time there's a public health crisis or a pandemic, we've got to have trust in public officials. And the only way you get that is to examine, in the way that you've been very rigorously doing, exactly what happened with the COVID-19 pandemic. So personally, I'm very grateful for the work that you've done. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Well, I agree with Piers. I don't think he's obsessed. I think he's pissed. And Piers Morgan, who I'm not a particularly fan of, nailed it. I mean, what happens the next time? Now, I've asked this question to my audience many times. What are you going to do the next time? I know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to believe any of it, because I know it's a hoax. The next time, it's to see how far they can go the next time. Lockdowns, lock up, masks, mail-in voters. It'll be something. I got about 2 minutes left. I do not have enough time. I do want to play Representative Tom Barrett hits his opponent, William Lawrence. This is a swing district in Michigan for his DSA membership, and he outlines their policy stances. I mean, folks, you got some crazy stuff going on out there. Just this DSA thing. This is basically Communist Party USA, and you got people embracing it. It's kind of nuts. But we're going to get to that when we get back. Plus, we've got Elaine Parker coming up. That's going to be fun. All right, here we got Rob Crilly coming in studio live. Who else we got, Dan? Let me see what we got here. We got William Bernard Dunn's going to be up. Then Elaine Parker. Then Rob Crilly. Then David Bossie gracing us with his presence. There's only one David Bossie, and he's coming on our show. And we're fired up. You, my friends, are on the John Fredericks Media Network, and we are trucking the truth across America. Great to have you with us.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Curbing birthright citizenship, ending birth tourism, and ultimately protecting the value of American citizenship. That's the goal of a pair of presidential directives.
President Trump signed executive orders limiting automatic citizenship in specific cases after a Supreme Court decision blocked a broader effort.
We had a very unfortunate decision in the Supreme Court concerning birthright. It was close, but a very, very unfortunate decision. So we're making adjustments because it's very unfair.
The orders target birth tourism, certain foreign diplomats, and members of designated terrorist groups. Willie Nelson, the White House.
Facebook and Instagram parent Meta has been slapped with another huge fine. A New Mexico court ordering Meta to fork over $567 million for the harm its platforms do to young people. Meta takes issue with that, says there will be an appeal. The attorney for the man accused of starting one of the devastating Spokane wildfires, pressing for a competency hearing before his client enters a plea. Vice President Vance clarifying his stance on the U.S. relationship with Israel. He's been accused by some of being anti-Israel or anti-Jewish. Vance says that is not at all the case.
There are some Israelis who are just so used, at least some people in Israeli media, who are so used to politicians just taking as a given that America and Israel always have shared interests, when I think the reality is that we often have shared interests, but we don't always. And I don't think that makes me anti-Semitic, and I don't think it makes me anti-Israel. I just think it makes me honest.
The vice president speaking with the Salem Radio Network's Hugh Hewitt. How'd the job market fare in July? We'll find out in a few hours when the government releases last month's employment report. Employers pulled back on hiring in June, adding just 57,000 jobs. Watching Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures are up 31 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Progressive presents Perfectly Bad Excuses for Missing Stuff to spend more time on your ATV.
Hey, Wallace. Not going to the reunion after all. Think I got cursed. Keep, stubbing my toe.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Along with bombing the homes of Ukrainian civilians, now Russia has taken to seizing the properties of those whose houses still stand. This in regions occupied by the Russians.
Using official documents, we identified more than 34,000 homes which are in the process of being seized. Many of them belong to Ukrainians who have fled the fighting. The practice has been endorsed by the Russian President Vladimir Putin, who signed a law formalizing the scheme late last year. To try to get their property back, Ukrainians are required to obtain a Russian passport and to return to occupied Ukraine in person to prove their ownership within 30 days. Ukrainians we spoke to said this was neither safe nor possible. The Russian government said the scheme managed properties whose owners could not be identified or contacted, while providing compensation should lawful owners come forward.
And that's BBC's Olga Robinson. China reporting its exports slowed slightly in the month of July from the previous month. Townhall.com. Meta's AI model has done it again.
Meta said that one of its artificial intelligence models accessed the internet on its own and hacked another company, the latest in a series of disclosures about AI models going rogue. In recent weeks, OpenAI and Anthropic have also described instances of AI models going beyond human instructions to access the web and find ways around other companies' digital security. Meta said in a statement that a misconfiguration during cybersecurity testing by Irregular, an independent company hired by Meta, inadvertently allowed one of its models to access the internet. The disclosure has added to worries about AI models acting autonomously. Keith Peters reporting.
The Justice Department says it's received a Senate committee's contempt referral for Dr. Anthony Fauci, is reviewing it, and will work with the Senate accordingly. The Homeland Security Committee has voted to hold Fauci in contempt of Congress. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world Past the Wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, it's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications, because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar is hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give into temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, come and see. I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace him up and lace him tight, John Fredericks.
Oh, great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, trucking the truth right here. Good to have you with us. Well, we got the man coming on. If there's any day to have Colonel William Burner Dunn on, it's today. He's got a heart out at 7:25, so we're going to get right to him. Colonel Burner William Dunn, great to have you with us, sir.
Hey, John, thanks for having me again. Good morning.
Oh, it's always good to have you, sir, with us. And we got a lot to talk about today. I'm going to start with a couple of clips here that I want to get your comment on. Here's President Trump yesterday saying the Iran war is going to end pretty soon. I don't think it can be much longer. We're going to see $1.85 a gallon, which I've been predicting. I hope he's right. And I hope I'm right. And I hope we're all vindicated. Let's roll it. Take a listen. President Trump on Iran. Go ahead, Dan.
We had oil down to less than two in many places like Iowa. Oil was down to gasoline was down at numbers that people hadn't seen in years. $1.85, $1.95. So it passed Tuesday. I was in Iowa at a stop, and we had $1.95, another one $1.85 a gallon. And we'll see those days pretty soon again, based on everything I see, as soon as the war ends. And I think it's going to end pretty soon. I don't think they can go much longer. Yeah, please.
Okay, William Dunn, good to have you with us. Everybody knows William Bernard Dunn, retired colonel, and knows a little about the Middle East, knows a little about this theater as he served there multiple times, so he knows what's going on. Okay, break this down for us. We were going to have this huge attack. We didn't do it. He said it was going to be the biggest since the Second World War. We backed off on that. KSA called them. Apparently, Mohammed bin Salman called them. MBS, UAE, the Emir and Qatar, they're all whining about it. And so he backs off on it, giving these negotiations another chance, which you and I both know are going to fail. Where are we here?
Well, I don't know why we are delaying. I agree. Our enemy's going to lie to us like they've done. I think we're probably on agreement number 4 or 5 that was official, right? Every one of them, just like I said before, was going to end very shortly, and they did. This one will be no different. I believe that our administration told Iran a little bit about these attacks that were coming on purpose so they would see what they're about to lose. And, what I would have done is I would have at least executed a portion of this at this point. I would, maybe not the whole, I agree there's a massive attack coming if we have to. We don't have to do it all at once. What I would have done, I was always against hitting economic targets. I have changed since the last few lies, and I would hit a few economic targets just to show them exactly what they're going to lose if we did a full-scale attack. So I would have done that. The president chose not to. The only reason why I would have done that was to force, for them to comply to these agreements, because I think we're going to see an agreement. I think we'll see the gas prices go down again, and then I think we're going to see the agreement break within 2 weeks, unfortunately.
So what do we do then?
Well, then maybe we start taking economic targets off the chess table. We can do that at a moment's notice. We have seen that their attacks, even though they have killed Americans, right? That's the thing I don't want people to lose. They should not lose the fact that these attacks from Iran, although strategically don't do a lot, tactically they do a lot, and they kill Americans. And we should not take that lightly. The president will attack if you kill an American or wound an American. That's great. But let's stop attacking and being reactive. Let's start attacking before they attack us. And then let's take these players, if you will, off the chess table so that they have no negotiating power. And we can do that overnight.
See, I guess this is the frustration of much of our base. It's like, we're just back to square one. Any agreement to me that doesn't have us in complete control of the straits forever, I'm not in favor of, because the same thing is going to happen. They've shown they're willing to, disrupt the entire economy of the world in order by, shooting at tankers or whatever they're doing. They've already shown that. They're going to continue to do that. They've now realized they have leverage over U.S. elections anytime they want, simply by creating havoc in this strait. Ships can't get through, oil prices go up, gas goes up, and who's ever in charge loses. So they have tremendous leverage they figured out over who's in charge of this country. You can't allow this. So I don't
No.
care what it takes. I mean, we've been here, 6 months now? You got to open it. You got to keep the strait open. You got to control it. There's going to be no deal with Bahrain or what. This is nonsense, right? We got to control it, and that's it. Meantime, we still got the blockade on. They can't get oil out. How are they getting any money?
Well, I think Iran is not getting money, which is why I believe the president thinks they're going to capitulate. I think they don't care. They care more about their ideology than they do about their own people and than they do about money. They'll let everybody in that country starve to stay in power. They don't care. And that's we have to try to look at our adversaries through their lens, not through ours. We always screw this up. We look at our adversary and say, you know what? If they did democratic elections, things would be great in Iran. Well, that's never going to happen. Not in our, methodology, if you will. But I think what we're going to see is a agreement. It won't be, even if it gets ratified, it will not be honored by our adversary, by Iran. And then, we'll celebrate on, up in D.C. for a couple days. Gas price will go down, the oil stocks will go down, and then they're going to do something else. Either it's going to be an attack on a tanker, attack on a U.S. base, and then we're going to start all over. Now, I would argue that we're not going back to square one. We're at square 20, right? But now we got to get to the end state because they're not. Iran as a adversary in the Middle East has been reduced to a tactical adversary instead of a strategic adversary. The other thing that we need to do is not let them rebuild their arsenal. We have to be very careful on this because even if they promise not to go nuke, if we let them rebuild their military, rebuild all their stockpiles, rebuild all their drones, they still become a pariah in the Middle East. And then we're going to have to deal with them again because I will always contend that they're never going to, in good faith with this current regime, make a deal with the United States or anybody for that matter, because their ideology does not allow it.
So I agree with that 100%. They don't care if their people starve. They don't care who dies. They don't care if they die. I mean, when your adversary doesn't care if their people or themselves are dead, they don't care. I mean, they've proved that over and over. There's no deal you can make with them. The only thing you could do is take them out.
That's right.
Put yourself in a position where they can't use any leverage because they've already proven they'll do that. So, I mean, and now we've got this thing about, we've got this left-wing rumor out there that we've run out of munitions. We're spending all this money. How could we possibly be out of munitions?
Well, I definitely don't think we're out of munitions. I think what we have to do is rebuild our stockpile because the other adversaries, China, I don't want to, Russia's always an adversary, but right now they're kind of tied up. But there's no doubt in my mind that China's counting days in ordnance expenditure. Because if we do get to a level where we cannot fight a war with China, then that does embolden China to take an action on Taiwan, which I don't think they will. I think they have a better plan, and it's just wait. There's no reason for them to destroy the jewel that they want, and they want to treasure so badly. But it would put something in their mind going, hey, if they're out of jet fuel, if the U.S. is out of jet fuel, they can't fly their jets. If they're out of bombs, they can't retaliate against us. But we always have options. We have options across the nuclear threshold with China, which will ideally maintain a deterrence footprint while we, replenish our stocks. I was at United States Stratcom working a mission in Libya, and our ships ran out of Tomahawks. We had to go replenish them. Literally, it was a very interesting thing. But we get a call, and they said, "Hey, you got to go replenish the Tomahawk." So we had to take a pause X, and we did. It doesn't take long, but it's a fact of war. You have to resupply your frontline troops, whether it's gasoline, jet fuel, food, and water for the troops. It's got to be done, and the logistics train is always a huge element in warfare.
There's no doubt. Listen, you're so right here. And the rumor that we're running short on munitions, obviously, it's got to be replenished like anything does in any country. So I'm not sure, how President Trump is at fault with this. But Colonel, you nailed it. At the end of the day, we've got these midterms coming up, and there is a level now of impatience in his base. And this is my concern: is this is a base election? They're getting their base out. They're intensified. They hate Trump. They want to stop him. TDS, the whole bit. We don't, in our base, have the same level of intensity. It's divided. People upset about the war, upset about affordability, upset about gas prices, etc. Right? So in order to solve this, you've got to end this thing and get gas prices down and focus on the economy going into this stretch. How does the president do that? You got a couple minutes. I know you got to go.
Well, it's an interesting thing. You and I had spoke before, and I said he had to have this done by July 4th. He did not get it done by July 4th. We allowed Iran to rearm, refit a little bit. We gave him a break. What could happen, and if you remember, if you saw some news clips a few weeks ago, Mandami apparently in his regime reached out to Iran, just like I said somebody would in the administration, right, on the left. And they did. I guess we were able to stop that. So what we have to do to win these midterms is, I don't think we're going to get gas below $2 across the world here. We have to get to an agreement. If gas prices start coming down, that'll be one thing. They're still they're still lower than they were when Biden was president.
Right.
And we are not pitching that. So we have to get to an agreement, even though you and I know, and I believe the president knows, the agreement will be sort of fake because Iran can't be trusted. If we can get to an agreement, drop the gas prices, and then we replenish, rearm, refit for when they do something stupid again, I think that'll get us a long way. The other way we win the midterms is we stop fighting against the Democrats and we start fighting against socialism and communism inside our country. That's got to be the bandwagon. Do you really want to give up your assets to people that aren't working? Is that what you want as an American people? If that's the case, we know how this ends. We've seen it for, 200 years, how it ends. It ends with either a civil war inside the United States or just a failed country. And so that's got to become the talking point. The Dems are doing a great job talking. The Republicans are not. And I don't understand it. We need to get out and start pressing this narrative. We're just doing a terrible job at it right now.
I agree with you. The communication has been piss poor, especially when you look at what these, basically the communists are taking over the Democratic Party. And I tell my left-wing friends, cheer this, because this is what you wanted, right? You got to take the party over, just like MAGA took the Republican Party over. It took us a decade. We started in 2015, and here we are 2026, and we still got rhinos in there, but they're on their last legs, right? Tillis is going, Cassidy's going, McConnell's going, then Cornyn's going. They're all going. Thune will be out in 28. So, we have taken the party over. The communists are going to take their party over. It's a matter of just time. And then you'll have, the Republicans run by MAGA and the Democrats run by Communist Party USA. And then people will have a real choice. And if they can't cheat, they'll never win another election. This is where this is going. We just got to get through the next 2 months.
That's right.
If we do that, we're going to be fine.
But cheating is a real thing.
Yeah.
Right? Cheating's a real thing. And, they put up a lot of stats, and you never know how accurate they are, but they show that, Joe Biden won with the most votes of any president in the history of all presidents, to include Obama. And whether you liked Obama or not, he was a charismatic, popular guy, right? And so no way Biden, say he beat Trump, I got you. No way he beat Obama, in my opinion. So there was some math that didn't math
the
up
thing
very
is,
well.
the 80 million votes or something they said he got, right? Where'd they go?
Right.
They didn't materialize in 22. They didn't materialize in 24. They're not in 26. They're not in 20. They're not going to materialize in 28. So where'd they go?
Where'd they go? And why didn't they vote for Obama? Right? Because Because at least Obama had a base, and he had some, he had a shtick going for him that people liked. And yet you're saying that if he ran against Biden, Biden would win? I ain't buying it.
Yeah, well,
brother, I have to run. I got to go support the Marine Corps this morning.
Colonel, thank you. I want to thank you for being with us.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me. Have a great weekend.
Always good to have you, Colonel William Dunn, Burner Dunn. Always good to get his always good to get his insight. We always enjoy it. This segment, folks, brought to you by Hope Gas in West Virginia. I'm a big fan of Hope Gas. Why? Well, why wouldn't I be? I mean, they power all of our 9 radio signals in West Virginia. They power our Fairmont office. They power all of our towers, and they're great people. And whenever I need something, boom, Hope Gas right there, Johnny on his spot. I love these people. Now, if you want to find out why it's time for West Virginia to shine again, just go to wvsforhope.com, wvsforhope.com. Now, Hope Gas, they're dedicated to serving their customers in West Virginia like us. I love their service, and I love their people. And so it's a great company. And, when you're running an operation like us in West Virginia and, power goes down, we don't get something, we're off the air, and that's a disaster for us. And if it's days go by, you never get those listeners back because they think you're gone. So, yeah, we got generators and that kind of stuff, but it's critical that we have our gas flowing, and Hope Gas does that. Now, you can learn more about their history. They provide great service, and you can see how Hope Gas is improving the lives in the communities they serve. Hope Gas proudly provides safe and reliable natural gas service to over 140,000 homes and businesses throughout the Mountain State. Ours are in there. Our businesses are right in there. We're part of the 140 plus thousand. They proudly serve West Virginia, and they're a great company. For more information, go to hopegas.com. That's hopegas.com. And I just want to thank Hope Gas for all they do. I want to thank Sophie Manchin. It's great working with her. She's fabulous. And want to thank Erin as well. Thank you, ladies. You're the best. It's great working with you. And I love your company and what you've done for us. Big fan of Hope Gas. Go to hopegas.com or WV is for hope.com. WV is for hope.com, and you're good to go. So thank you for that. I got a couple more clips here, Dan, I want to get to. If you can do that, let's get to, I want to get to cut 15. Here is DSA leaders. This is Communist Party USA saying that it's a requirement now for their endorsed candidates to support dismantling the U.S. government. This is the Communist Party taking over the Democrats. I love it. And if you're a left-wing Democrat, rejoice in this because this is what you always wanted, and you've got it. So don't worry about 26. Don't worry about 28. It's going to take some time to get there, but take your party over. We took our party over. Take your party over. Do your part, right? You might lose a few elections in the meantime, like we did, right? Sharon Angle, the witch in Delaware. We have some crackpot candidates, okay? I get it. It's a small price to pay when you're taking a party over. So deal with it and be happy. Rejoice in your newfound power. You're going to have the party all to yourself pretty soon as you run out the libtards and replace them with authentic communists. That's what you're doing, and I applaud it. Cut 15. Take a listen.
This is actually something that we committed to at convention, having our endorsed candidates supporting the program. It's a requirement now. And so that'll be incorporated into our endorsement process.
It sounds so radical, like abolish the Senate, abolish the Supreme Court, like et cetera, but it's not like those are the things that need to happen.
So whenever people are like, oh my God, they want to get rid of the president, I was like, well, I don't know what we would call it in the future. We could call it the head honcho of whatever, it's like we might not have a president.
Yep. Abolish the Constitution, abolish the government, and start over with a communist state run by, of course, them. Okay, here's Representative Tom Barrett in a purple seat in Michigan. This is a big target for the Dems. Trump won this by 1%, and so they're trying to oust him. So let's get to Tom Barrett blasting his opponent, communist William Lawrence, winning that Democratic primary, as he should, because the Democrat Party is now the Communist Party. And it's good. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm telling you, everybody thinks it's bad. I'm the contrarian. I applaud the Democrats for doing something. We did the same thing with MAGA. We took the Republican Party over. People were mocking us. I remember, I'll tell you a story. I remember the first time that I was going to a convention in Cleveland, and I was on Don Lemon, and I was on with Hugh Hewitt, some other guy in Florida. So he had 3 radio hosts, and he was asking about the convention and Trump, and they were saying, well, it's just, there's a lot of different voices here, but at the end of the day, Republicans are going to get together. And the other guy says, it's like one big family. They come and, Thanksgiving dinner, and they have a few squabbles, but at the end of the day, they're all friends and family. And it's just an internal squabble, and then it's all going to be fine. And they got to me, and I told Don Lemon, I said, you're going to go to Cleveland, and you're going to witness the takeover of the Republican Party by Trump MAGA forces, lock, stock, and barrel. We're going to take this party over. Don, it's going to take us a decade, but we're going to take the whole thing over front and center, and we're going to run the thing. It's going to be our party, and we're going to oust all the rhinos and all the so-called, moderate Republicans, whatever they are, George Bush, that Bush, some other Bush. And he looked at me in the camera with those other guys there, and he said, now we're getting somewhere. I'm like, thank you. We took our party over. You take your party over. Don't be shy. You might lose a few elections here and there. You're going to lose in 26. You're going to lose in 28. But it's a small price to pay when you take over an entire party. So keep doing it. Keep doing it. I'm cheering you on, baby. I'll get to Cup 5 when I get back. Elaine Parker next.
And give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him, and it's great to have you with us on this Friday. TGIF, got Elaine Parker coming up. And is she on? Dan? Elaine on? I don't see her in the rundown.
She is. Yes, she's at the waiting room.
Okay, I saw it here. Yeah, when I get, but okay, let's get to. We'll get Elaine on in a second here. Let's get to Dave in Arizona, line one. Dave, you're live on the John Fredericks Media Network, TGIF.
Yeah, happy Friday, as we say in the business.
Friday.
Godzilla, I appreciate you taking the call.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So from the belly of the beast, Maricopa County, or as we call it, Corruption County, Arizona. I don't want to get overconfident. I know you say that you're very secure that we're going to win the midterms,
Yes.
and we're not going to have big changes in the House or the Senate.
Yes.
The challenge I see, because I've lived it here in 2020, 2022, and 2024, is that we still don't control the mechanisms of counting the votes. And as Stalin said, it's not the votes that count, it's the vote counters that count. So that's my concern, because the establishment class, the psychopathic overlords, they'll cheat 100 ways to Sunday to remain in power. So I want to treat it like we're 30 points down in every race.
Well, that's what we do. But I can still predict victory. Just because you predict victory doesn't mean you don't have to work your tail off. So, they're not mutually exclusive, right? So, yeah, campaign like you're down by 30, work like you're down by 30. And if we do that, we're going to hold the House. Because the reason we're going to hold it, gas prices are going to come down, the war is going to end, the economy is booming, all of that's going to go in play. And as it does, people are going to realize what President Trump has done. And Republicans are going to hang on. Coupled with the fact we picked up 10 seats in gerrymandering. That's number one. Number two, there's seats that Democrats would have won that now they're not, because they're nominating communist jihadists so that are not going to win as they try to take the party over, which I encourage them to do. We did it. They have a right to do it too. The communists should take over the Democratic Party and stop feigning it. Just take the thing over. Put the communists in charge, just like MAGA's almost taken over the Republican Party, and we will in 28, because there'll be no John Thune, no Cornyn, no McConnell, no Tillis, all gone. No Cassidy, no Murkowski. See ya. Hope things work out. The last rhino standing, Susan Collins. Why? Well, because we like her. and we allow her to win. That's it. It's so simple. It's like Napoleon said. I got back from the island, and here I am in Paris, and I took a stroll one night. Got kind of tired of fighting with Josephine. She's bitching about something, so I take a stroll down the boulevard, and I saw the crown lying in the gutter. I picked it up with my sword, and now I'm king. That's all. That's all I got to do. Thank you, Dave. Good to hear from you. We're going to bring in Elaine Parker, and we're going to bring in Tom Pappert from the Tennessee Star. We're going to have the two of them there. Tom, good to have you. Elaine, great to have you also. Tom, our reporter on the ground in Tennessee. Tom, thanks for joining us, and I might have to hold you over a little bit because I'm going to get to some economic news before we get to Tennessee. But so everybody knows, we're making another acquisition in Tennessee, WAKM AM 950 in Franklin, Williamson County. That should get approval from the Federal Communications Commission. We think the first week in September. And once we do that, then we will take complete control of that and should be online September 3rd, something like that, if my calculations are correct. And normally they are. I've been doing this a long time. And then we'll take it over, and then I get to go to Nashville, and we're carrying the Titans, we're carrying the Volunteers. It's going to be fun. And I get to hang out with Michael Patrick Lay in his office. He just sent me his address. Wow, this could be fun. By the way, Pappert, I'll be there. I know you're not there, but I'll be there week of August 24th because we're going there to sell ads, right? That's what we do. Now, good to have you both with us. Let's get to Elaine Parker. You want to follow Elaine? Join the Job Creators Network. Go to joinjcn.com, joinjcn.com, Chief Communications Officer, Job Creators Network. Elaine, jobs a little soft last month. What was your take?
Yeah, it was a softer number than expected at 57,000 last month. They are anticipating 80,000 jobs this month, a little stronger number. The war has a big number in terms of, inflation. We've talked a lot about that, oil prices being elevated. They're still over $4 a gallon as we sit here this morning, waiting for the jobs numbers to come in. The number that comes out this morning should give us a hint into what maybe the path of what the Fed might do in terms of if the number is, too hot, comes in too hot, we may see something we don't want to see. And the market is, of course, looking at a potential or pricing in a potential price increase in September. But, I would hate to see anything happen before the election, as what we saw for President Biden during his administration. So we'll see what happens at 8:30.
What number's coming out, Elaine, at 8:30?
The jobs number for July is coming out at 8:30 this morning.
Right. So we expect it to be a little bit softer, right? Anticipating about only 50,000 jobs created, a little bit softer than 80,000.
They're anticipating 80,000. Last month was a little soft, but we've had strong job numbers all year. But the Iran war, the cost of gas, which is creating a more inflation, is obviously dragging on the economy.
So what happens when the Iran war ends and gas prices go down? I'm just trying to figure out what the Democrats are going to campaign on. Do you have any idea?
They'll campaign on "I hate Trump," which is what they continue to campaign on, instead of what's good for Americans in terms of lower costs, safe borders, and America being safe and putting Americans first. That is what they will campaign on: is "I hate Trump."
Oh, they're going to lose. I mean, that's not a message. It certainly appeals to the people with TDS and the communists, but it's just not a message for the future of America. That's why I'm the only guy in media predicting we actually gain a seat in the Senate. I think we gain a seat, and we're gonna keep the House. Let's get to Tom Pappert. Tom, lead reporter for the Tennessee Star. Tom, thanks for being with us. We're expanding our footprint in Tennessee in September, so we're excited about that. But look, big primary yesterday, big news, biggest news, which we I have to say, Tom, unfortunately, we saw it coming, as they say. Ogles ousted by the former ag commissioner. What were your thoughts on that? And then run down, Tom, the numbers.
Well, that was the biggest surprise of the evening, John, and thanks for having me on. Charlie Hatcher, of course, is a known quantity to Tennesseans. He's been a member of government. He was part of Bill Lee's administration, and just 2 days before the primary, the actual election day voting, primary day voting, Bill Lee endorsed him first through the Tennessean, then through a video posted to social media. So it seems like that combined with the support he received from a pro-clean or renewable energy group. I heard they told us it was $2 million in a press release, John. I think that the funding combined with the late endorsement from Bill Lee was simply enough to push Charlie Hatcher over the edge and oust Andy Ogles. Andy was an effective congressman. He was very good at leveraging social media. I don't know how effective he was at translating that social media traction into the district, and that may have been a problem. But other than that, it was pretty much a night without surprises. Marsha Blackburn is going to be the Republican nominee for governor, as virtually every poll since January 2025 has shown. She won by about 11 points over John Rose. Monty Fritz, the state representative, kind of a Groyper type candidate, came in third place. If you look at the map, Marsha carried the majority of the state. John Rose carried a handful of counties in Middle Tennessee, and Monty Fritz carried, I think, 4 counties off the top of my head. Other than that, the big sort of interesting race was the 6th district. That that seat in Congress was vacated when John Rose decided to run for governor. His former campaign manager and the person who formerly had the seat, Van Hillary, decided he was going to run for it again at the same time as State Representative Johnny Garrett, who managed to eke out the victory over Van Hillary last night. So it looks like Johnny Garrett, that is a very safe seat for Republicans, is going to be the nominee.
Tennessee Johnny, baby, my guy. Listen, also we got in the new seat, right? You got you've got who is the winner there? The big winner, Taylor won.
Big, that's right. Trump endorsed Brent Taylor in Tennessee's ninth congressional district. This is the new one, the one that has been Democratic since, I believe, 1978. Now it's going to be winnable for a Republican. It was a race between Brent Taylor, the state senator who received the Trump endorsement, a state representative who was also a pro-Trump guy. He was Todd Warner, the one who wore the Trump cape and went viral on the day they signed the new districts. And then a local sort of runs perennial candidate type person who also ran and came quite low in the race. There was also a 4th candidate, Jeremy Thompson, who was a local restaurant owner who very late in the race attended a public event and said if he elected, he was going to increase the opportunities for temporary workers to stay in the country longer.
He's got, what did he get, 3%? Listen, it was a bittersweet night for us because we endorsed 4 candidates. 3 of them won. It was critical for us that Tennessee Johnny won. Garrett's a friend of mine, and actually I had Tom Emmert him on yesterday because Emmert had backed him a while back. We had Scalise in that as well, so we did our share for him. Obviously, been with Marsha forever. We were excited about that, and Brent Taylor is going to be a phenomenal congressman. Look, Ogles was disappointed. I like Andy. You're right. You framed it right, Peppert. He was an effective congressman, was an ineffective campaigner, and a terribly ineffective fundraiser. He didn't raise enough money. I mean, you don't have to have the most money to win, but you have to have enough to be competitive. And I started telling people this, Tom. I started hearing about a month ago that Ogles was in trouble from people I know and trust. A lot of them had no dog in the hunt, just telling me the guy's in trouble. You know, Hatcher is a farmer. A lot of that district now agricultural. He connected. Ogles didn't spend enough time in the district. And, the whole social media thing just really didn't play in 50% of that district, which is rural agriculture. And I think that's where he got nailed, coupled with the fact that, the libtard PAC came in and spent $2 million to beat him. And look, Hatchett's going to vote with us, 98% of the time? So I wasn't even really sure why they spent that money. I was happy to get their advertising, which came on our network. But, I mean, Hatchett's going to vote with Trump 98% of the time. So what was even the purpose of that?
I think part of it is, obviously the clean energy, renewable energy PAC, they have openly targeted any congressman who has voted against those policies. So clean energy tax credits, et cetera. And Andy Ogles, Chip Roy, there were a couple more. Nancy Mace, I think, was one of them. They have all, regardless of if they are even leaving Congress, as with Chip Roy and Nancy Mace, they have all been subject to campaigns from this political action committee to try to get them out of their seat. But in Tennessee, I think Andy Ogles sort of just has this reputation as a flamethrower, and that's part of what made him probably such a big friend of this show, and frankly, so popular. I think he was also quite popular nationally and even in the district. But as you said, I think that there was not a lot of fundraising coming in. I think that the flamethrowing occasionally would annoy people in the district. And there's the fact that, as you mentioned, the district has changed. So folks that are used to voting for their congressman every 2 years, now they've been doing it 3 times, Andy Ogles, Andy Ogles, Andy Ogles. Well, now they're seeing different names, and people who are formerly not in his district were perhaps seeing Charlie Hatcher, a name they recognize, versus Andy Ogles.
When you looked at the map, he carried pretty comfortably his old district, whatever parts of it were. But in the new agricultural rural area, Hatcher trounced him. I mean, it was a beatdown, and that's why he got beat. And the social media just doesn't play there. Elaine, I'm going to get to you. I get the whole national thing, and he was a kind of a social media guy, kind of like Tim Burchett, who I find to be annoying, grates my nerves. That's just me. I'm walking down the street and I talked to the president and I really didn't want to vote but I'm going to vote for, shut up. But it just didn't play because he didn't really connect. He didn't get out there and connect with his new district. Even in Congress, Elaine, you still got to be local.
Yeah, you gotta, you gotta think national, act local, right? That's how you win elections. And talking to your constituents. But I'm with you. With the redistricting that's happening, I'm a little more bullish on keeping the House. And I think we have a good chance of, obviously, gas prices and the Iran war are going to weigh heavy, but hopefully that will be over with and we'll see the prices come down. Gas prices come down for everyday ordinary Americans, and that will help us keep the House.
Yeah, no, if gas prices are down in September, nobody's going to remember what they paid in July. They're just not. They realize what they're paying now. And as you know, we've been gouged anyway. I mean, you saw that record profits, Elaine. I want to get you to weigh in on this. Record second quarter profits by 2 huge U.S. integrated oil companies, Chevron, ExxonMobil. They both made more money in the second quarter 2026 on the heels of this war than they've ever made in a quarter in history. That's number one. Number two, ExxonMobil made more money in Q2 26 than 25, 12x. And President Trump pointed that out Monday when I asked him that question in the White House. So for the average American out there paying it through the nose, like you're saying to yourself, how did these companies make record profits? Never been seen before in the second quarter, ever. How did they do that when everybody is suffering?
Well, John, I know the president has mentioned this a few times and that he's been talking to the heads of the oil companies. Look, I think the best thing that the president can do is talk to the American people about what it means to finish this war, what success looks like, and get the price of oil down. Spending time talking about profits from a company, kind of stand for, and that is the free market. And that's what we're dealing with right now. So I would focus on
That's not what I
talking to the
stand
American
for.
people.
I don't stand. Look, I'm for free market. No, I don't agree with that. I don't stand for ExxonMobil and Chevron making record profits when they jack gas prices up 50 cents, a dollar, $1.50, when their retail price for gas never changed based on a futures market. They leveraged this war. They leveraged what was going on. They leveraged what was happening to Strait. They jacked up prices and made record profits on the backs of working Americans trying to get gas to go to work. You know what? We have laws in this country, monopoly wars. We have price gouging laws. President Trump was right. He said, I'm not comfortable with it. We should look into it. We got gouged here off the market. Yeah, we're all for free enterprise, but it is obscene that they would make record profits when we were paying all this money for a price of gas because somebody shot a drone over some ship. I mean, you got to be kidding me. So on that, Elaine, we're not going to agree, but I'll give you the final word.
We don't have to agree, John. We just need to be on the same page in terms of getting the war over, getting to a peace agreement with Iran so that the Strait can remain open. And that will bring down the cost of oil and the price of gas and bring down this inflation that we're seeing, which is transitory. And most of the cost behind what Americans are feeling every day has to do with the price of oil. And right now we're at about $4.01 a gallon, but the cost of a barrel of oil is below 80. I think it's about $77, $78 a barrel. So we should see the price of oil come down. The problem is we need to have success in Iran so it stays stable. It's this up, down, up, down, up, down that's hurting the American people.
You know, Tom, I'm a populist. Everybody knows that. I'm not part of your Tea Party. I'm not part of that. I'm a populist, okay? Everybody knows where I stand. But Tom, this is amazing to me, right? We get in this thing with Iran, gas prices go up immediately. Like the next day, they're up like $1, right? Then we have peace and the oil price comes down, and then gas prices stay the same. They come down like 6 cents. Now, how does that square, Papert?
Well, it is very odd, especially because the last time gas prices went up, they went up to, $4.50 and $5 in some places. Well, the Strait was completely 100% closed. The only people getting through were paying a fee to Iran. That's not what's happening now throughout this entire period where the MOA fell through, and now, but it's still been open thanks to the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Armed Forces. So, no, it doesn't make very much sense, and I've been waiting for the gas prices to go down. I think that with oil in the $70 to $80 range, it doesn't make sense why it's still so high unless they are using the quote-unquote instability as an excuse to keep it this high. I don't know how long the public will accept that, though.
Obscene profits based on price gouging U.S. workers. That's what you've got here. And I think the Department of Justice should take action. I hope Todd Blanche does something. I think it should get looked into because there is laws in this country against price gouging in a crisis. You know, you see it in gas companies when there's like a hurricane or a flood or something, and then you're on the interstate and somebody trying to charge $10 a gallon. You know, those people have been arrested. Okay, there's laws in this country. You can't do that. And so I think the Department of Justice needs to look into it. I don't like the old companies anyway. I don't like big anything. So I like small businesses. You know, but the whole thing's nonsense. But Elaine, the job report is gonna come out today. The economy's booming. This is why I'm so bullish. And you know, you guys nailed it. Either of you want to stay, you're welcome to do that. For the next segment, we got Rob Crilly coming in from the Washington Examiner. You guys are free to stay. It's a great panel, but I'm fired up about this oil thing. I really pissed me off. John Fredericks Media Network. We will be right back. Maybe Elaine and Tom will stick around. You never know.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFV Portsmouth.
News this hour from Town Hall. Amit Thomason. Another Senate Republican says she'll oppose Todd Blanche's nomination as Attorney General. Senator Lisa Murkowski says she's concerned that under Blanche, the administration could go ahead with its proposed anti-weaponization fund, even though Blanche has issued an order terminating the fund. Birthright citizenship, President Trump has signed an executive order curbing it. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller says a second executive order tackles birth tourism.
The idea that people come here pretending to be a tourist, pretending to be a visitor, saying they want to go to Disneyland, they want to go visit a monument or go to a national park, but the real reason they're here is to have a child, to make that child an automatic citizen, leave our country, and then have a U.S. citizen child. It gives them access under this broken system to welfare benefits, ultimately to the voting booth, and all the other rights and privileges that belong solely to Americans. So that practice of birth tourism is, as of the signing of this order, hereby banned.
Both executive orders are in response to a Supreme Court ruling that the president describes as unfortunate. It's been a deadly school shooting near Bangkok, Thailand.
A witness told reporters students at the Debsurin Nonthaburi school hid inside a classroom while they heard gunshots from another building before police officers cleared a way for them to leave. About an hour after the shooting, people stood outside the school comforting one another, and police and first responders walked around inside the school. Deputy Interior Minister Polapi Suwinchi has told reporters 5 teachers died and that the shooter killed his 2 grandparents at home before going to the school. The minister also said the shooter had died at the hospital. I'm Charles Dillard.
On Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 74 points. NASDAQ futures 165 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Alex Marlow cuts through the political spin of the Alex Marlow podcast.
The economics of illegal immigration is so dumb. It's so stupid for Americans. We want American dollars to stay in America. That's how the economy grows. But if I pay an illegal alien and they send 50% of it home, the money doesn't go to American businesses. It goes to another country. Why do we want that? It's a race to the far-left Islamist wing of the party.
Subscribe for free today on Spotify, Apple, YouTube, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
A snapshot of the world's second largest economy.
China has reported that its exports slowed slightly in July from the month before. Customs data shows that China's trade surplus narrowed to $112.5 billion, down from $125.6 billion in June. But exports were up nearly 24% in July from a year earlier, while imports were up 27.5% year on year. Exports of high-tech items surged nearly 41% in January through July from the same period the year before, while shipments of vehicles jumped 55%. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Authorities in Mexico have arrested the former governor of the southern state of Guerrero for his alleged involvement in the disappearance of 43 students back in 2014. The case has become a symbol of impunity and state involvement in cartel-related violence. News and analysis at townhall.com. Proof the West Coast surfing culture attracts all sorts of individuals, including the four-legged variety.
They're catching waves at the World Dog Surfing Championships in Northern California. Spectators cheer as dogs of all sizes compete. They're judged on wave size, board time, and, of course, confidence. The event also includes pet adoptions and fundraising for animal charities. Dogs have to wear life vests. They're assisted by humans to find the best waves. I'll just bet you Timmy never entered Lassie in this thing. Jason Walker reporting.
This morning's AAA national average for a gallon of regular gasoline, $4.04. That's down 2 cents from yesterday, and it's down 6 cents from a week ago. Oil prices have fluctuated as hopes for a deal to end the Iran war rise and fall. More on these stories, townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Get the news in the morning from your Godzilla of truth. Then brace yourself from 10 to noon. Hear the reaction from Wendy Bell Live.
It's not going to be a conspiracy theory. It's going to end up being a conspiracy fact.
Because we're freaking lied to about everything.
She's America's anchor mom.
He's not just talking out of his butt.
Catch the truth bomb explosion starting August 17th. Wendy Bell Live. 10 to noon on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Wagering at its finest, playing at the highest levels, under the highest stakes, for more than a decade. This is the world past the wire has conquered, bringing you uncompromised thoroughbred authority and elite track data that anchors the game. But the modern wagering landscape is expanding. Every sport, every line, every prop, and every high leverage future, we decode the metrics across the entire board. From game day spreads to the explosive new frontier of prediction markets and event contracts, we give you intelligence to dominate the modern financial exchanges. Because in the end, It's a battle. You versus the house. You versus the other players. In this arena, we fight with you. We are your ultimate edge. Welcome to the Ultimate Wagering Network. Subscribe to Past the Wire TV and turn on notifications, because when the dust settles,
nobody does it better.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom Sean Connery once said, "Now that's a cool cat," John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. I am your Oracle of the Deplorables, number one Godzilla of the truth in America. Just railed on the oil companies, got into a debate there with Elaine Free Market, Free Enterprise Parker. I respect her position, but I could care less about any of that stuff. I'm a populist. And when you're getting price gouged and they're shoved it up your butt so they can make record profits in the middle of a war, that really fries me. So we're going to continue to follow that story as they price gouge everyday working Americans. Rob Crilly is in the house. Rob, it's good to
be with you.
Rob Crilly, my resident, comes on Friday. Now, here's the thing about Crilly. Every Friday when he comes, the night before the Mets win. He's a Mets fan. They win a game a week, and only when he comes. So maybe if you came every day, they'd turn the corner, win the pennant.
Yeah, that's the only thing that can save their season.
It's come every day. Yeah. Now, you can follow Rob by going to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. You know how to spell that, right? WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. And you can get his secret columns every day. It's got a little inside scooperino. By the way, Maggie Haberman, she looks different. I saw her on CNN. I played a clip. She looked totally different.
What's going on? I don't know.
I have no idea. I mean, I'm not really into that, but I'm like, is that Maggie Haberman?
I mean, she's on TV a lot, right? You know, the book is going Great Guns, and I don't know what she wears glasses. Is she wearing contact lenses?
She got rid of the glasses, and
well, she's a superstar now.
Yeah, she is a superstar. I asked her to come on my show because I like her a lot.
Yeah.
She said, "Oh, you have to go through my PR people." And of course, as soon as I did that, they're like, "No."
How are my people? My PR people not messing you around?
No, they're the best.
Yeah. I only hire the best.
Your PR people are good. You know, your people talk to my people. We get you on the show. It's good to have you with us. Hey, this segment with Rob Crilly is sponsored by my good friends at the Vapor Technology Association. You know, there's a lot of politics surrounding small business in the vaping industry. President Trump got the vape vote. It was a big part of that. It's like, what's the vape vote? There's a lot of people that vape, and normally they don't vote. We got them all registered because we want to save the vaping industry. It's a lot of small businesses out there. A lot of mom and pops own it. And of course, you know, the Democrats and the libtards and some of the Republicans, they're just getting money from the, you know, big tobacco companies that lie more to you than the Iranians do, right? So they're a bunch of big liars. They pull up in their, you know, $15,000 Italian Armani suits and their Rolex watches, and they throw money around. But look, vapor industry is strong. We need vapes. I quit smoking. How? Vape. Smoked a pack and a half a day. And I still have a pack of cigarettes just in case things go south.
Is it those ones over there?
Yes. Just in case things go south. Yeah,
I saw them as they came in.
As things go south, you know, you just by looking at them, I know I got them.
Right, yeah.
Right?
Got your safety blanket, yeah.
Yeah, they're my safety blanket, especially when the CEO calls me and starts chewing my butt out for something. So it's like, let me go outside and have a cigarette. I'll come back to work. So yeah, you know, once in a while you got to do it, but it's, you know, it's all good. But the vaping industry has been tremendous. You know, a lot of people vape. Got to be over 21, and big tobacco cares more about its own market share and bottom line profits, kind of like the oil companies, than they do about saving American lives. And a lot of people vape as the getting off the cancer sticks. A lot of people vape as an alternative. Both are vaping. It's not the best thing for you, but it's better than the cigarettes, right? A lot better. So we support the Vapor organization. And for more information, go to vaportechnology.org. That's vaportechnology.org. And this message has been sponsored and paid for by the Vapor Technology Association, my friends, and my good friend Tony Big Dog, who's probably coming on the next week or so. Anyway, let's get to Rob Crilly here. Okay, we're going to start with, I know this is not your on agenda, but I got to start. Okay, so Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Uh-huh.
I know she's your buddy. First, she tried to get the Trump endorsement to run for Senate. She failed, and then she got mad and she quit, right? Then she auditioned allegedly for a co-host spot on The View, only to get beaten out by Rosie O'Donnell, strike two. Then she launched a reality TV show doing infomercials for Mexican stem cell clinics. That failed. Now she's offering to sing happy birthday to your kids over a video chat for $150. Have we hit rock bottom?
Cameo, we talking about that's well, I don't know. I saw the photograph they put out on Sunday last weekend with Tucker Carlson at the head of the table and the antler chandelier in his kind of wood-paneled man cave. I thought she was in the middle of a brand new political movement that was going to take America by storm. Or maybe that's not working out either. Too soon to say. I don't know.
It's not worked out either. Yeah. They're going to start a third party with 3 people.
I mean, I wrote about that this week, and they were very encouraged by the numbers they were getting, the hits they were getting online. But of course, there's a big difference between clicks and actually turning
Ask
out.
Andy Ogles.
Right, right, indeed. You can say anything crazy online, get a lot of attention, and I mean, so the interesting thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene, what we've all been wondering is what does come next. When she resigned, was there a plan? Was she about to step up, organize something new, go in a new direction? Podcast, TV show, political movement. Well, I mean, we saw the political movement get launched at the weekend. And the problem with that is they seem to be a single party issue group, right? War in Iran, anti-Israel. That's pretty much their whole platform. And can you turn that into a political movement? I think they all fall into line behind J.D. Vance, right? When he runs, I think they're pretty much in line where he is. And it's really hard to launch a new political party in the United States.
It's impossible.
So you need a backup. And she sounds like she's got a backup plan with Cameo.
For $150.
$150.
I mean, it's a sad state of affairs. But look, she blew it because she had a brand. I mean, I think she was on War Room Bannon like every other day. She was on there like for an hour, every half the show, almost every other day, kind of like Matt Gates was now with OAN at night in San Diego. But she had a brand, MTG, right?
Yeah.
And now it's gone.
Look, it's easy to beat up on her. I mean, I do respect her for the way she has stuck with the interests of what were then her constituents. She has fought long and hard to make sure that affordability and the interests of ordinary Americans stay at the heart of Republican politics. Now, you know, if you want to be critical of Donald Trump, you could say he was elected in 2016 and again in 2024 because ordinary American people are hurting. The economy might be growing, but for a lot of people, everything is more expensive and their wages haven't gone up in line with inflation and life has become tougher. And she recognizes that. And she looks at President Donald Trump, who promised so much and who campaigned on that sort of ticket. And then to hear him talking more about ballrooms and the 747 jet from Qatar, which she railed against, I think there's a certain I think there's a certain integrity there. And I think a problem is, though, that Donald Trump is such a huge political force. If you get on the wrong side of him, there's not much space in the Republican movement, conservative movement, to exist. And I think that's what she's run into. No one is bigger than Donald Trump. And that's the problem she's got. I think some of the stuff that she's saying can keep the conservative movement honest in terms of reminding people what's important. And what's important is fighting for affordability. I think that the White House pays lip service to that. I'm not really sure what they're doing to make life more comfortable for a lot of people.
Well, the optics aren't good when when you're engulfed in ballrooms and helicopter pads. It's just, and people are suffering, and you're wondering what's going on, and that's the constant news of the day.
And I've heard this from former senior officials in his administration, outside the administration, who want to take his phone off him to stop him posting on Truth Social about the ballroom and White House improvements. And as the midterms get closer and closer and closer, get him right back onto the domestic economy and the stuff that can help Republicans.
I think that's now he's starting to get out and talk about that more, but that really has got to be the pivot.
Absolutely,
it's got to be the pivot, and it's got to be the pivot now. And then if the pivot is matched by lowering prices start coming down, and he's jawboning to get them down, like with these gas prices. That's why I asked that question to him on Monday when I was in the rotation pool. That's why I asked that about this excessive profits by these oil companies in the second quarter. I mean, I would love for him to say, look, you guys made record profits. Now the party's over. Gas is going to come down 50 cents across the board starting tomorrow, or I'm going to start investigating every single executive in your company, get every email, and find out why you made all this money when we're in the middle of a war.
Remember in his first term, the way he so effectively used the bully pulpit. There was some airline negotiations underway. Trump posted about that, brought the share prices of various different aerospace companies crashing. He can do that.
He can do it.
Yeah.
And he needs to do it. And he needs to do it now. I mean, we are running out of time. Our movement is running out of time for affordability. And the thing is, Rob, and then we'll get to your columns, it is amazing to me that with all this going on, I still believe the Republicans are going to win because of two things. We picked up 10 seats in gerrymandering. That is real.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you look at yesterday, we just picked up a seat in Tennessee, that seat in Memphis, +1. I had LePage is coming on Monday. He's picking up that seat, Maine 2. He's got a 30-point lead, some enormous lead. I mean, that's 2. We got 10 seats. We gerrymandered. I counted 1 in Tennessee, so 9 more. You got 11 seats there, and then we've got a 4-seat majority. That gives us 15 seats. That means that they got to flip another 16. Is it possible? Yes. Is it a slam dunk? No.
I mean,
especially with some of their crazy candidates.
I mean, they've picked some bad candidates. I still think Democrats are in pole position to take the House.
Yeah,
but I think it's going to be close, and I think what some of the impacts of the gerrymandering are to make a lot of seats now, take them out of any sort of contest. So I think what you're going to see is whoever wins by a small handful of seats. That's what we're locked into now. I think
1 to 5 seats.
Yeah, I think that's very realistic.
1 to 5.
Yeah. We're not looking. It's not going to be like 2018, the most comparable situation. You see, the Democrats' generic lead in the polls is not huge, so it's going to be. I think whatever
it should
happens,
be bigger.
It should be much bigger.
It should be bigger, and like they were going to pick this House seat up in Michigan, which is a purple district just outside Detroit. Trump won by 1%.
Mm-hmm.
That the seat they should have picked up. I think Tom Barrett is the fact. If we have time, we'll play his clip. He's the incumbent there. One of the most vulnerable incumbents we have on paper, dead duck.
Yeah.
But then they nominate an outright communist, just outright, and he's not even shy about it. He wants to overthrow the government. This guy, whatever his name is, they nominate him along with El Sayed, which now they can't win that Senate seat. That's gone. So it's crazy town.
Yeah, I mean, the Republicans that I talk to who are bullish on the midterms point to the Democratic candidates that are being selected, and they say that's their secret weapon. I still think that given Trump's desperately low approval ratings, the state of the economy, where we are in Iran, I think some of these bad candidates will get through. But the Democrats, as we know, will do everything possible to screw up any chance they have.
No doubt. In fact, why don't we get this to cut 5, and then we'll go to Rob's stories for the week. Let's get to cut 5. Take a listen. Well, Dan might not be there. Okay.
Well, my strategy is conveying to the voters the work that I've done for the last year and a half, serving in elected office as our representative in Congress, representing my family and the families across my district, and really pointing out the contrast between my record in my opponent's record. He's been a progressive socialist activist. I know in your segment before I came on, you were talking about how these Democrats are increasingly becoming further and further progressive to the left. Well, my opponent just yesterday in an interview admitted that he was still a card-carrying member of the Democratic Socialist Party of America until last month. So he hadn't even canceled his membership there until last month, and he couldn't disavow a single one of their positions and actually praised them for all of their positions that they hold. That means unlimited illegal immigration into our country, amnesty for every single person that is here, even those on the terror watch list, people who came over and have committed terrible and violent crimes against American citizens. They would all get amnesty under my opponent's plan. Every single facet of the Democratic Socialist platform is one that he fully embraces and fully endorses. He was a founding member of the Green New Deal Alliance in Michigan, which means all of our auto manufacturing jobs would be put in jeopardy. The 2 General Motors plants that are in our district, where men and women work hard every single day to produce vehicles that are putting people on the road and fueling our economy, would be put in jeopardy by the policies that he stands for. He would
this guy's basically a communist, wins the primary, a seat that the Democrats could have walked into if you were the candidate and do nothing, you win. And now they're going to lose. To Barrett, who's a really good candidate, but it's a purple district in a we got elected in 24 by a few hundred votes, and now I go to 26. Tide is turning. He's gone, and now he's going to win.
Yeah, I mean, both parties have this problem, right? When you run a primary system, the temptation is, in order to win the nomination, you go to the left. That's where the energy is. That's where the money is. That's where the activists are. But then what do you do when it comes to the general? You have this is, and you see this in some Republican races. I know that a lot of Republicans think that the Democrats have this incredible unity and that that makes them great campaigners. Well, actually, I think this time around, the Republicans are the one who've woken up to what's at stake, and actually edging towards the center is a much better way of doing that. Actually, we could talk about Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee, for example. And I mean, she's won the nomination for governor there, and she was up against 2 Republicans. Donald Trump kept his endorsement. He didn't endorse, so it could have been a tough race for her. You know what she did? She kept her mouth shut. She didn't get involved in the debate. She didn't go after other people. She won the nomination, and what she's done is kept her powder dry for the general election. We know she's on the conservative side. We know Trump likes her. We know all these things, but she can win over some people in the middle there. I mean, she's the favorite anyway. But it was really interesting to watch her not get sucked into a battle for the hard right, but actually to keep her powder dry to a certain extent.
VP candidate 28.
Okay, you heard it here first.
Yeah, VP candidate 28. Tough not to like, very disciplined, tough lady, easy to talk to, very attractive for, her age and all that stuff, her, let's say, maturity. And all around wonderful woman with a stellar record of performance, right? And she never backs down, and she's very articulate. When I have her on my show, as powerful as she is, it is like sitting in her kitchen and having a cup of coffee across her kitchen table, and eating like a crumpet. I mean, that's the conversation. It's very different.
How does she play with J.D. Vance? Do they complement each other? Does she bring a different type of voter to, if he were the nominee, would they work together well?
Maturity.
Yeah, right.
Maturity, stability. Yeah. Like I could see here, I don't know what the Vance thing will be. Could be Rubio. Either one, I pick her.
Right.
She's governor. She's senator. She knows her way around D.C. She never said she'd be a perfect VP candidate. Like you said, she never puts her foot in her mouth. She's very disciplined.
You said it.
But she's very likable. I mean, she is really tough not to like. It's, it's really like sitting around the table with a cup of coffee and her husband's there, and the grandkids are running around. That type of thing.
Yeah.
But then, on the other hand, you don't want to mess with her either.
Sure. I can believe that.
It's kind of like Susan Collins, right?
Right.
Very nice. Grandma's making the cookies, but you try to mess with her, she'll retaliate.
She's a killer, right? Yeah,
She's a killer, yeah. In her own way. big stories this week. We've got, I know you have to go. We got 3 minutes. Big stories.
The one I wrote about, one of the ones I wrote about, and I'm sure you've discussed some of this already. Max Miller. Who said to him it would be a good idea to go on CNN and Newsmax to defend yourself against allegations that you abused your wife and your 2.5-year-old daughter? I get that you want to come out and fight. I get that everybody thinks they're Donald Trump today, and if you're accused of these things, you come out fighting. But he's lost the White House now. A source who's close to the White House told me after that performance, he said, well, I've never seen a man look so guilty as they protested their innocence. And when there are clips of you defending photographs of your undressed daughter that have been shared by your lawyers in an attempt to prove your innocence, when there are clips of you saying, well, it didn't show any genitalia, that is not a good PR position to be in. We know that Trump called Max Miller earlier this week, telling him, look, I think this now looks like a very hard race that you're in. Well, if Donald Trump is telling you that, he's not going to tell you to get out of the race, but read between the lines, Representative Miller. You know, you're rapidly becoming an embarrassment to the White House and to the Republican Party. And I heard after this, after his media attempts on Tuesday to appear on television, that chorus for him to stand aside it's just getting louder and louder and louder.
Well, the guy in North Carolina stepped aside just in time.
Right.
Did Trump call him? I've heard rumors he did, but
it does show that we think now politicians can keep going and they never have to resign. Well, actually, there are limits. Donald Trump has a special place in all of this. He can keep going whatever the allegations. He can punch back. Not everybody is Donald Trump.
Will Miller drop that?
I think he'll have to. We hear now he's funding his own campaign to the tune of $1 million. He must be running out of donors.
I really think the father-in-law was the death knell. That's his daughter.
He kept quiet for 2 years, and then when he finally got involved, that took it to another level.
I think so. It's his baby daughter.
Yeah.
And now it's playing out publicly. It's ugly, and he's a senator.
He messaged me again after the TV appearance, just saying it was disgusting to watch.
Miller.
Yeah, to watch Miller.
So
on TV.
Marino messaged.
Yeah.
He said it was gross.
Yeah, I put it in my story. I don't know. I hear the music playing. I think they want us to wrap up.
Yeah, hang on a minute, Dan.
He messaged me after the performance. Pretty horrible, beyond anything I've ever experienced. And that was about the TV performance in particular. When there are these allegations against your former son-in-law, when he goes on television and he drags out all the stuff about your daughter, her mental health issues he talked about, when he talks about your granddaughter, when the messages are shared of him trying to hold on to the famous blue bunny now, stopping his and if you're a grandfather, sure, you're a tough-skinned senator. You're used to stuff coming at you. When your family problems are being dragged all over CNN, that's a terrible situation to be in.
Yeah, especially if it's your daughter, your granddaughter. It's just not good.
It's not good. And what sort of arrogance is it to think you can win an election from that position? To think that somehow, I saw a report. I think the Washington Post had someone in his district this week, and voters were like, I'm not really paying much attention to it. But I don't know how long that lasts.
The problem is, when your job or your position becomes more important than things that matter in life.
Yeah.
That to me is just time to get out. You've got a former wife. She's the mother of your daughter. You've got your father-in-law, your former father-in-law is in the U.S. Senate, and your little girl is caught in the middle, and you're trying to run for Congress. It's like, dude, go find something else to do. Like, go fix your family, father your little daughter, fix that, get that set up right. People go through divorces all the time. Paxton went through it. It happens. It happens, and I don't look in between that because you never know what goes on with a couple. I learned that many years ago. You never know what the true story is, and I don't care. And these are all my friends and stuff. But there comes a time where you got to put things in perspective, and what is important. And going on CNN to try to save your job, go get another job.
Yeah, I mean that's it. People want a representative that they can relate to. They. That's why it's so important for so many politicians to talk about their family, and because people understand often how difficult it can be to keep relationships going, to keep family life going, and then and so I think a lot of people are prepared to not be judgmental about people having problems. But when you watch the clips of Miller on television, when he blinks and he looks away from the camera, poker players will tell you that's a tell, and that's not a good look when you're on television defending yourself against those allegations.
But just hire a lawyer and get out and take care of your daughter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, put your priorities in line. Who cares about Congress? These congressmen come and go. Right? Who cares? At the end of the day, right? Ogles got beat last night. He's got to get on with his life. Just get on with your life. You got kids, you got a family, you got a wonderful wife. Met his family. They're all great people. He's a good guy. He's get a job somewhere. Get on with your life.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Rob, thank you. Hey, follow Rob, WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets, WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Hey, guess who's next? Republican committee man and one of the leaders of the Trump movement, David Bossie, is next.
Is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
They're better than we are. We're not good enough. We shouldn't even be thinking about beating this 49ers. We shouldn't be talking about it because the Saints ain't good enough. And you guys shouldn't write about us being a playoff team and all that bullshit. That's malarkey. We ain't good enough to beat those guys, and it was proven out there today. It's that simple. We're not good enough yet. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of work to do. We're close, and close don't mean... And you can put that on TV for me. I'm tired of coming close, and we're going to work our off till we ain't close anymore. And it may take some time. We're going to get it done. We aren't in there. We aren't good enough. They're better than us. Black and white, simple fact. Could have, would have, should have is the difference of what I'm talking about. The good teams don't come in and say could have. They get it done. All right? It's that simple. I'm tired of saying could have, should have, would have. That's why we ain't good enough yet. Because we're saying could have and they ain't.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, it's good to have you with us. This breaking news we just got in. The U.S. economy lost 23,000 jobs last month in July. We were expected to gain jobs. We lost jobs. So I think they had said we were going to gain 50,000. Apparently, we lost 23,000. So we went backwards in jobs. Unemployment then went down to 4.1%. So that's not been reflected there. But that is the reality of the situation. You're in the middle of a war. And what is happening now, which is why this thing has got to end, is that companies are being reluctant to do anything. They don't want to hire. There's layoffs that are starting to hit, and they don't want to hire. And the reason they don't want to hire is because of the uncertainty. And whenever you have uncertainty in business, there's no growth. Uncertainty brings fear and trepidation and caution. And so in order to hire people, you have to be growing your company. And that didn't happen in July. Jobs were actually down 23,000. I don't think anybody saw that coming. The reverberations of this, folks, let me just be sure that I have it here correctly, because this just came in on the wire. The reverberation of this is going to be pretty dramatic as we see the economy shed 23,000 jobs in July as the labor market weakened. Now, obviously, when the labor market goes up, we talk about how great the economy is. Now what's going to happen is that everybody on the left is going to say the economy is tanking and it's a reason to vote for the communists, right? But the labor market posted a modest loss in July as businesses shed jobs in the face of renewed tariffs and higher costs driven by war in the Middle East. This is according to the New York Times. Employers cut 23,000 positions last month. This is what the Labor Department reported on Friday. However, the unemployment rate dropped slightly to 4.1%. Now, economists always warn not to read too much into any 1 month's data, but this does feel like the kind of report that is not going to be good news for the president and his team and the MAGA movement as we're trying to keep the House. And you can bet that when the jobs go up and the Democrats poo-poo it and say, it doesn't mean anything, now the jobs went down and it was way under because we thought we'd gain maybe 50,000. It was down to minus 23. The Democrats are going to be all over this. And this is just a reality of the situation. So I think Trump realizes it. I think that's why he's trying to get a deal with Iran. But that's why he needs to either bomb them and end this thing or get out and have a peace treaty. He's got to do something because businesses don't want to hire when they don't know what's going on. I mean, we run a business. We're buying things. We're hiring. But, a lot of people, especially the bigger companies, they get very, very cautious when they don't know the future. To me, you've got to basically carve your own future out. And I believe this economy is going to continue to boom. One bad month isn't going to change anything for us and a lot of other small companies out there. But, for the people that lost those 23,000 jobs, it's not good. And a lot of these jobs are being shed in different areas. Now, hopefully August things will pick up. And there's also summer layoffs and things like that. But it was under expectations, right? Nobody saw a job loss coming. So I mean, that is just the reality of the situation. But this we had Rob Crilly here talking about the Max Miller situation. Dan, if you can find one of those clips on CNN, we might want to run that. But I just the whole thing of this playing out with his family, it's just not good. Whenever this kind of happens, I always wonder what like, is your job that important to you? Does that really define you? Obviously, it didn't. As much as we criticize Marjorie Taylor Greene, obviously it didn't define her because she just quit, and now she's doing cameos, birthday party videos for $150. So it did define her. I mean, I'll give her that. And she got married, I think recently to Brian Glenn. I think they got married. So we wish them well. I know both of them. Getting back to Greene, I would have endorsed her for U.S. Senate. I didn't think any of those candidates could win. I might as well take a shot with her. At least she'd be entertaining. They didn't do it. They wouldn't back her for governor, obviously, over Burt Jones. That turned out to be a debacle. And so, yeah, I mean, she's out. So I want to get to cut 14. Here's President Trump saying that we'll have a big percentage of the chip business by the time I leave office. And he says, tongue in cheek, which could be a long time. You can read into that, folks, what you want. Cut 14, President Trump on longevity and chips. Take a listen.
But we're doing some unbelievable business. Chips will have a big percentage of the chip business by the time I leave office, which could be a long time. Who knows? But it could also be fairly quick. They say 2.5 years. We're going to find out. But
they say 2.5 years. I mean, that's the part of Trump that is just so endearing. It could be a long time. They say 2.5 years. Could be longer. We don't know. I could be the guy. So I could do a third term. We don't know. All right, let's get to Governor Hochul. 16. Here's Hochul saying those who are able to afford a second home over $5 million, but don't make New York City their home, should pay their fair share. Well, they're already paying property taxes. See, what Mandami is doing with this is property and wealth confiscation. They're just taking money from you to fund their nonsense to people that don't want to work. So, but this is the way they position it. Well, if you've got a second home in New York City worth over $5 million, we deserve a piece of that. Well, why is that? It's my home. I pay property taxes. I pay all the taxes I have to pay. I pay them like everybody else. Yeah, but it's worth $5 million and it's not your primary home. You really shouldn't have two homes. And you're not paying personal income taxes here. So therefore, we're going to take a piece of that home and we're going to just take it. And we're going to keep taking it until there is no home. Every year, we're going to keep taking a percentage of that wealth until you have to sell it. And then we'll buy it for pennies on the dollar and put homeless people in it that vote for us. And then the riots start, which is inevitable under the system. But Hochul is a hostage. She's not the governor. She's a Mandami hostage. That's what she is. 16, take a look.
Is that tax on multi-million-dollar second homes one of those examples, for example, of, compromise with some of the folks that, again, have come in further to your left? I ask that because generally it seemed you were resistant to raising taxes on the wealthy before this year because, it might make people leave the city, and yet here the city and the state are in this situation.
Well, I can easily clarify the difference. I said I don't support increasing taxes on corporations who can leave or on individuals. But what I do support is saying that those who are able to afford a second home worth over $5 million, but do not make New York City your home, you're benefiting from police and fire protective services and are maintaining our roads and during snowstorms and in the summer. So why aren't you contributing to this? So I'm asking people to pay their fair share. Everybody else does. That's all we're asking for. So it's a different dynamic here. And I did this to help the city of New York, which I also represent, get through a financial crisis. The mayor did inherit a real fiscal mess, and he had to plug a hole. And I'm focused on keeping the economic engine for our state and the nation strong and viable. So helping with a dedicated revenue source was one way I could do that.
Oh, now I get it. So pay your fair share, and you don't live here, and you still take advantage of the streets, fire, and cops and garbage collection, even though you're only here part-time, and you're not paying your fair share. And, why do you have a $5 million home, a second home, and we don't? And we got envy going on here, and we need some of that money to plug a hole in New York City because they're spending much more than they have, but it's somebody else's fault, even though the Democrats have led the thing for the past 20 years since Bloomberg. But it's somebody else's fault. But I'm not really for a tax increase. I'm just for confiscating your property. So that property in New York City worth $5 million. That property is assessed. That owner of that pays property taxes. It doesn't matter if the owner of that home lives in New York City, lives in Florida, or lives on the moon. They will collect property taxes or they will seize your property. So you're already paying the taxes for all of the things that you talked about. And you're also paying part of those property taxes for schools, of which you're not involved in because you don't live there full time. So you're paying for a lot of things you don't use through the property taxes. But this isn't property taxes. This isn't like saying property taxes are going up 20%. This is a wealth tax. The home is worth X. We're going to get 10% of what that is worth. So if it's worth $20 million, we're going to get $2 million for that. And if you don't have the $2 million, well, then we'll confiscate it. Or you got to get a second mortgage, or you do whatever you got to do, or you sell it, but we got to get the $2 million. Or whatever the number is. And that's how we plug our hole. So the doublespeak going on here with the left is stunning. But this is what people buy into. It's the politics of envy. It's the politics of straight Marxist confiscation of property through something they're calling a tax or whatever they call it. What do they call it? They actually call it something. Some kind of tax. They actually have a name for it. Payday terre or something. Some French name that you can't even figure out what the hell it means. Sounds like you're eating a piece of fruit. Right, Dan? Look it up. Petite. I don't even know how to say it. Pretty incredible. Oh, I don't want to raise taxes. I just want to take your property. This is like, I'm not raising taxes. I'm just taking your home. And then here's the good news. Once I take the home, then you don't have to pay any taxes on it because you no longer have it. I mean, it's just wake up, people, and smell the coffee. She is a hostage of Zohran Mamdani. She can't win without him. All he's got to do is tell his vote base there, his army, to stay home, and she loses. He has to send out one X. She's done. So she's a hostage until further notice. Okay, let's get to Matt in Waynesburg, PA, line 1. Matt, you're live.
Hey, John, how are you this morning?
Never better, Matt.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to point out one thing that Kathy Hochul said in her little statement there. She identified property owners as revenue streams. That's all that they look at us as, all of us. I don't care whether it's New York. I don't care whether it's Pennsylvania or Taxylvania, as we call it. I don't care where it's at. We are a revenue stream. We are all free-range humans living on a tax farm, and that's all there is to it.
I didn't catch that, but you're right. Now that I'm thinking of it, it's just a revenue stream for them. And Dan, what is it that they call this tax? Dan, look it up. It's a French word. So it's not like your second home, your property taxes are going to double. We're going to go from whatever they call that, the mill rate to this mill rate to that mill rate. We're going to actually assess the value, and it's our assessment. And then we're going to confiscate a piece of that, and you got to pay it. If you don't pay it, then we put a lien on it. We own it, and we'll sell it at auction. That's the way it works. We'll take your home and sell it at auction while you're away, and we'll give you the balance.
Pied à terre? Pied à terre?
What does that even mean?
Oui, oui, oui. To
It's
quote
a French
Joey from
word.
Friends.
It's like a croissant. Oh, we're having a pied à terre. Matt in Waynesburg. Matt, I don't think you get those in Waynesboro. Waynesburg, I don't think they have those. But you're going to have a pied
They
à
do.
terre.
They just don't call it that.
I
just don't call it that here.
I call it a bagel and a container of coffee. Give me a bagel and a container of coffee. I don't do the Starbucks thing. Give me the croissant, the French pied à terre with a swizzle stick and cinnamon and mocha, whatever the hell they got in there. Give me a bagel and a container of black coffee. That's what I order at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't get this. What is it? What is it called again, Dan?
Pied à terre.
Pied à terre. It's like a croissant. French. I'll have a French roast coffee with cinnamon stick and mocha steamed something and a pied à terre. Sounds nice. What is the actual meaning of pied à terre? It means that they're going to confiscate a portion of your property. Isn't that a nice Marxist word, guys? Pied à terre. Oh, I'm here from the government. I have your pied à terre assessment, sir. I mean, what planet are we living on, guys? And then Hochul is like, oh, I don't. And I mean, I don't really comment on people's looks, but I mean, a little heavy on that blue eyeshadow, isn't she? I mean, back off a little. I shouldn't be. I'm sorry I said that. I shouldn't have said it. I take it back. Dan, cut this segment out. I should not have said that. She's a lovely looking young lady. Okay, how's that? But she's a hostage. Pied à terre. I think that she might be AI. That might be AI, Matt, because we don't even know if she's real. Because Mandami might have her taped up in the basement of the Gracie Mansion for all I know. She's a hostage. That could be just an AI thing, like one of those cardboard things with the mouth moves. I don't know, Matt. I made Matt hung up when I was complimenting Kathy Hochul. Sorry, Matt. Major day. Elizabeth Warren is back. Dan, one day out of my life and she's back. I'm so excited. Beth's back.
You bet.
Oh, what's her kind of man, Dan? What? Who?
That's my kind of man.
She's back. Beth is back. Cut 17. Let's go.
He accomplishes it, I think, by being very clear about his message. He is about corruption. That's what the first one is, get money out of politics, and costs, put money back in your pocket. And then he specifies particularly on health care. He is really tight on those two issues. And that's something that's affecting everybody. I don't care if you're a registered Democrat, a registered Republican, you're not registered with any party. It is the heart of what's happening on the ground in America right now. And it is ultimately the strength of these campaigns that are built on grassroots, not on millions of dollars of outside money that comes in, but the real, the $10 contributions, the people who volunteer, the people who knock on doors. I think that's the real shift that we're seeing. And I've seen Abdul, I've been there with him to campaign with him. He connects with people and reminds them ultimately the power is with people. It is with voters. And that energizes folks to get into it, to get into this fight. That's how.
He's going to get trounced by Mike Rogers. This is like, thank you, Elizabeth Warren. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you for handing us a Senate seat we had no business winning because you nominated a Marxist, jihadist, communist that goes on Hassan Piker, who says we deserve 9/11, and he was simply sad that more Americans didn't die. This is your candidate for U.S. Senate in Michigan. Elizabeth Warren, the biggest clown out there. Now she's got to defend this guy, just like she defended Grant Plattner, my kind of guy. Virginia Gang is next. They want to know what the topics are. What? Do I look like I have a plan, Dan?
Looked like they were doing something towards the tree line.
Resident Paul Child is credited with leading police to the suspect after spotting a man standing by some railroad tracks and acting suspicious.
My daughter was sitting on the porch out there, and she says there's a fire.
I'm Jennifer King.
Ukrainian long-range drones have hit a warehouse in the Ural Mountains belonging to Russia's largest online retailer, the site of the attack, more than 1,200 miles from the border. Senator Lisa Murkowski has joined fellow GOP Senator Susan Collins in coming out against Attorney General nominee Todd Blanche. Has to do with President Trump's proposed weaponization fund, which Blanche has already pledged to shelve. On Wall Street, ahead of the opening bell this morning, Dow futures are up 173 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Saudi-led coalition supporting Yemen's internationally recognized government says 11 civilians have been injured in a Houthi attack in southwestern Saudi Arabia.
The attack in Najran marks the most serious cross-border incident in more than 4 years of conflict. It comes 2 days after the Iran-backed Houthis said they had carried out a drone strike on Najran airport. Tensions have escalated in recent weeks, with the group stepping up attacks on Saudi Arabia and Yemen's internationally recognized government amid fears of war spreading across the Middle East. Riyadh has been striking Houthi military sites for weeks since the group imposed a naval blockade in the Red Sea and attacked Saudi tankers and oil facilities.
The BBC's Thomas Kandevasai. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says trade negotiations with the United States have turned nasty after President Trump derided America's neighbor and its leadership while threatening to expand tariffs. News and analysis at townhall.com. Federal investigators are looking into a communication breakdown involving the president's helicopter.
The National Transportation Safety Board and Federal Aviation Administration are examining an incident Tuesday involving Marine One as it departed with President Trump on board. Protocols require a ground stop when the presidential helicopter flies near Reagan National. The pilot tried multiple times to reach the tower, but the transmissions were unclear. Controllers later warned of departing aircraft, and Marine One held. Officials say the president was never in danger. Willie Nelson, the White House.
The Justice Department says it has received a Senate committee's contempt referral for Dr. Anthony Fauci, is reviewing it, and will work with the Senate accordingly. The Homeland Security Committee has voted to hold Fauci in contempt of Congress after he repeatedly refused to answer any of the panel's questions during last week's hearing on the COVID pandemic response. Fauci took the fifth more than 100 times during that hearing. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who says, "Do I look like I have a plan?" John Fredericks.
Hi. You know, I don't want there to be any hard feelings between us, Harvey. When you and Rachel were being abducted, I was sitting in Gordon's cage. Now, I didn't rig those charges. Your man, your plan. Do I really look like a guy with a plan?
Let's see, Dan. Do I look like a guy with a plan? I got all these people that text me asking me for the topics for the Virginia gang. Like, they've never asked that, but like, I don't have topics. I don't know. You just get on the air and whatever I feel like talking about, I bring it up and you guys comment on it. Like,
Do I really look like a guy with a plan?
they want topics. Like, yeah, okay. I will cancel the Virginia gang before I start sending you guys topics, okay? It's just not going to happen. I mean, I don't know what the topics are. Topics change between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. on a Friday. You never know what's going on out there, right? So there's plenty to talk about, but that might not be it. But I've got I got a couple of things I want to get over. Zobran Mandami, as you know, getting getting blasted here. He's got booed by the cops, right? We talked about that. Let's get to I'm going to get to Maine because I'm pretty fired up about Maine because we're going to flip the seat here. The U.S. candidate there, LePage, that is going to win that seat. That's going to be a pickup, one GOP pickup. He's up big there. He's the former governor. He's a great guy. Let's get to former Governor LePage now running for Congress. Cut 8, and he says he's from Maine. I love this guy. Absolutely love this guy. Roll it.
Sorry. Yeah, I guess in the same vein, if you think ahead to working in Washington with a Senator, Troy Jackson, on these issues, do you envision collaborating with Troy if both of you are in Congress at the same time?
I will, let me put it this way. I will support any senator, any congressman that is supporting the people of the state of Maine. And if it hurts the state of Maine, they will not get my support. And if it's for the people of the state of Maine, I will collaborate with everyone and anyone.
I mean, this is how you win elections, right? We're not talking about crazy, destroy the government or this or that. We're not putting videos out. It's like, you elect me and I'm your congressman in the 2nd district in Maine, and I'm going to support Maine. I don't care what party you're with, independent, this, that, and the other, right? Angus King or this guy or that guy, Susan Collins. Whatever it is, I'm going to support Maine because I was a governor there and I'm for Maine. This is how you win. This is how you win elections, right? Not doing videos, not being a social media star. This guy doesn't even have social media. He's a former governor. He said, you vote for me and I'm going to do what's in your best interest for Maine. Everybody knows where I stand, especially on the Second Amendment. Cut 9, Paul LePage. Roll that.
And you've heard when you're an hour away and police can't get there. And believe me, 2nd District of Maine is very, very rural. And so many people are at risk. In fact, there are times in the 2nd District, some communities don't have coverage for multiple hours. And so we need to be vigilant. We need to have our guns. I know this sounds crazy, but every year that Obama was president, I bought a gun. I did. I bought another gun. And I'm one that has a lot of guns. They've never been out of their case. But I have them.
Well, he has them. And the reason he has them is because he might need them, right? You don't know what you need until you need it. So we're going to get the Saxman here in 1 minute. Dan, I want to run one other clip here before we get the Saxman. This is, I want to get to cut 6. Here's President Trump yesterday saying that we have a bill that we're trying to get passed to protect you, your sports, and women. Cut 6, President Trump.
And already we've done a lot to help save women's sports, and we're also saving college sports. We're in the process of working very hard. We had a bad judge's decision, and a judge that knew nothing about sports declared sports unconstitutional. Can you believe it? And we had to come and put something together, and we had the help of so many great people. They all came together, and we have a bill right now that we're trying to get passed, and if it does, we'll be bringing sports back, and you'll all be protected, and your sports will be protected, and frankly, women will be protected, because with what happened, that was the worst thing that happened to women's sports. You understand that, and we're working very hard with a lot of great people. Nick Saban is an example, instrumental, and Andy Levine, he's the president of the New York Yankees, and just so many, they all came together. The Big Ten, the SEC, and what a mess it was, a court case that was a disaster. And why they didn't appeal that case, I have no idea. I won't ask about that, but they didn't appeal it. Some genius said, let's not appeal it. And that was a perfect case to win an appeal, but the people that were running things did not appeal it. So foolish. but we have it going, and we're very close to a deal that will be terrific, I think, and really save college sports and save colleges, if you want to know the truth, the money.
Okay, well, we got a lot going on with all this NIL and things of that. Next, we got a new Senate candidate in Virginia. Really has no chance to win, but we do have a Senate candidate, so that's good. At least Mark Warner will have some competition, and Bert Mizawawa. I could have invited him on today, Dan, but I'm 0 for 4. I invited him 3 times. 3 times he canceled, and number 4, his camera didn't work, so I'm kind of done with all that. Let's go to the Virginia gang, which is now the Gang of One. It's Chris Saxman. Chris, thanks for being with us today.
Always a pleasure, John. Always a pleasure. You know that.
I know. We got so much to talk about here. I want to get to, obviously, this is the Virginia gang. It's just you and me. By the way, I want to give a shout out. Dan, I want to give a shout out to Jeff Ryer. You mind if I do that? Jeff Ryer is the new chairman of the Virginia Republican Party. Chris and I know Jeff well. Chris, I'm sure you go back with him as far as I do. Oh, God, many years. God, yeah. And he ran Tommy Norman's shop for years. He's a consultant, but he was there full time for Tommy. And if you wanted to get something done, and for those that don't know, Tommy Norman's retired, but Tommy Norman was a long time GOP Senate leader and majority leader for the Senate from Virginia, and just a great guy.
Is he all right? Do I not know anything? Is he okay?
No, I just want to give a shout out to him.
Oh, okay, great. I was like, dear God, what happened?
No, he's still fine. He's the chairman.
I've known Jeff for like 25 years, man.
Yeah, he's the chairman of the Republican Party of Virginia.
Yeah.
I'm going to his advance, which is in December. I got the email. I haven't gotten to it. But yeah, I'm going to go there. I'm going to buy ads in his thing, and he's doing a super job. And I think so. Just to give you an example, like we got this convention coming up in Dallas, right? This 2-day convention, and I'm an elected official here in D.C., part of the D.C. GOP, only elected Republican here. And my chairman, Patrick Mara, who threw me and Ann out of the party because we worked too hard, basically wouldn't invite us. We asked him to go as a delegate. He said no. We asked him to go as a guest. No response. So they were basically getting people off the street. We'd have paid the $1,000 a piece. No response. So they locked us out. So Ann says, well, let's go to Jeff. So I call up Jeff and tell him my dilemma. And so here's what Jeff said. Jeff is like, you know, John, you and Ann have been supporting Virginia Republicans since the day I met you 15 years ago.
Right.
Of course, I would be honored to have you and your wife come and be part of the Virginia Republican delegation.
Great.
We'd be honored to have you. You know, it's $7.50 a piece, so I actually saved money. $7.50 a piece. You'll be our guest, and then you can stay in our hotel, and you can go to all our events, and you can do your media row, and we'd be honored to have you. See, that's the difference between Jeff Ryer and Patrick Mara. Patrick Mara basically kicked us out, wouldn't let us go, wouldn't return an email. And even though I'm an elected official and they have to put me back on the executive committee, and he kicked us out, wouldn't give us an invite.
Right.
But then Jeff Ryer let us in and was so gracious about it.
It's class act. Class act,
dude. Absolute class act.
Yeah. No, he's a good guy. I always enjoy him. Not much for his sports team since he's from Boston, but we get through that. I was offered a ticket for that convention. I might go.
You ought to go. Are you going with the Virginia delegation or someone else?
Someone else. A client said, "Hey, I got a ticket. You want to go?" I was like,
"Oh, you got to go."
I don't know.
I'll be on Media Row, dude. You got to go.
I don't have to go. I might want to go, but I don't have to go.
Come on, man. It'll be fun.
No, that's why I was going to call you today and ask what you got going on.
I'm going. We're staying at the team hotel for the Virginia delegation.
Okay.
We're going to be on Media Row, assuming they have one. If not, I'll do my show. I got an extra room. I'll do my show there.
Okay.
And they might still have a room available, so I'll send you the link if you want. It's,
do that.
Great hotel.
Yeah.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
One of the best hotels in Dallas.
Good. And it's at the American Airlines Center, right? And since
it's our hotel that Jeff Ryer set us up in is walking distance. So,
nice.
Yeah, you should go, and then you can come up and get up at 4 a.m. and come on with me.
Well, I might join for the second half of the show.
It's all good, man.
You know I'll be there at crack of dawn.
I know, you always do. You always say, this is what Saxman says. Oh, I can't be there at 6. And then he shows up at 6. Then the next day comes. I can't do this. I can't be here at 6. I'll be like 8. 6:05, he's there. I mean, come
busy man.
He likes to underpromise and overdeliver, JM. That's the name of the game.
Sales. All about sales.
Yeah.
You do that well.
Exceed the customer's expectations.
Exactly.
Chris Saxman here with us, and on the downsized Virginia gang. Let's get to the Virginia Senate race. Bert Misawa wins that now. I mean, he got over 50%. He got 51%. Won it handily.
Strong.
And so he did good. Dave Williams is a good guy. Campaigned hard, but he had no money. But either did Bert. Nobody spent anything. But Bert has a better name as a general. He got a lot of social media out there. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
But he can't win. So what happens now?
Well, he's not going to win. It's not that he can't. It's just not likely given this environment, the candidate quality on the other side. Structurally, Mark Warner is a well-known figure in Virginia politics, has a bank account of himself about $400-500 million. And if he ever gets in trouble, he's going to stroke a really big check, but he won't have to. So it's an opportunity for the Republicans and Bert Misawa, who's a major general, to really take some shots downfield on significant policies and change the conversation. If you go out there and just do the ham breakfasts and the pancakes and all that kind of stuff and raise the flag, who cares? I mean, this is a time to take a shot downfield. I moderated a forum / debate for the Family Foundation back in my hometown of Stanton, Virginia. Shenandoah Valley. Shout out. And, you know, I had Kim Farrington, David Williams, and Bert Misawa were all there. You know, Kim and David could have a bright future in politics. They need to go to some formal training as candidates. And I think they have the ability to do so. You know, David's definitely got a bio that the Republicans could use to develop. You normally don't win a statewide election on your first go anyway. So I would strongly suggest that they both stay in as candidates because they put a lot of effort into it.
Right.
And they're good people. They got you know, they come across well personally. They just got to get better at politics, quite frankly. And Bert has been around a little bit longer. So there was only one interesting answer out of the questions that I posed in a 2-hour debate with 3 people. I'm like, guys, y'all got to put some meat on the grill here because I'm bored and I'm asking the freaking questions, right? You know, and that was, you know, how to unlock the housing affordability problem in America. And Bert suggested doubling the exemption on capital gains taxes for, you know, homes from 500,000 to $1 million. And that would really open up suburban America to a turnover in the housing market, which was a substantive, you know, it's not going to get people off the couches, but so much, but it's a substantive policy. And the 2 other ones, David and Kim, should be out there as well, talking about some substantive policies. They all punted on entitlements to Social Security reform, which is going to be insolvent during their term of office in the Senate. And none of them had an answer for it. So there's an opportunity for the races like Bert's around the country to make something of it and not waste the time just, you know, raising the flag.
You know, you're so right, because my fear is that this turns into the Hung Cow campaign. And Hung Cow basically fought to get the nomination and then didn't do anything because all he wanted to do was, if Trump were to win, which he thought he would, like I did, get an appointment, a senior appointment in the Trump administration. Right. So Hung Cow, nice guy, great resume, fought hard to win the primary and then did nothing.
Well, even then I was moderating a debate in that Senate campaign in 24. He didn't even show up. He didn't even want to debate his Republican opponents. I'm like, that's the job. I mean, you only debate in the Senate. That is their function in our republic, is to hammer out the ideas and debate them on the floor and work together across the aisle. And that's just how the Senate works. And I was really disappointed in that campaign. And I like Hung. He's got a fantastic story.
He didn't want a campaign. He just wanted to get an appointment, and he did. He's Undersecretary of the Navy. So I mean, he got what he wanted, and he was a name on a ballot, and he was a placeholder, but he didn't do anything. Okay, you mentioned Social Security, and by the way, Uncle Frank is watching. He saw that you're on. He
Okay.
doesn't understand what the Virginia gang is. He thinks this was like Godzilla wins. So he saw you, and he texted me and he said, "What? Send me. I see Saxman. Send me the link." So I guess he saw you on TV, and now he wants it on the show.
Is this a literal Uncle Frank of yours?
No, this is Frank Zaccanelli.
Oh, our Frank.
Our Frank. He
Oh,
saw you on
fantastic.
TV.
Yeah, I owe him for the bad Pittsburgh bet over the weekend. He said he was the only he only asked one guy on that panel to pick that weekend. He went for me, and I was like, oh, definitely take the Pirates to lose today to the Reds. And of course they won. I bet against my own team, and they win.
Hey, by the way, just sidebar: never, ever bet against your team. Never. You'll lose every bet.
Right.
It's bad juju.
It's bad juju.
Bad juju, and it stays with you.
Yeah.
And you got to get.
No, it doesn't. It's the Pirates. They owe me so
I don't
much.
care if it's the Pirates, the Steelers. I never bet against the Titans.
I never get against the Pirates.
No, you never get against Steel. I never bet against the Astros. I never bet against the Titans. Never. Now I'm a Caps fan. I'm not betting against the Caps either. And I don't bet against the Pitt. I bet all those hockey games. I wouldn't if I didn't like the Penguins game. If I liked the other team, I didn't bet against it. Even when they were losing.
Okay. Legit.
Juju.
But for all the kids listening out there, I don't bet very large anyway, so it's more ephemeral than anything else.
If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Please get it. Please get help.
Do not bet on the over/under on how many times it rings before they answer. Do not do that.
And that's a great bet. Or if it's male, female.
Bet the under and the female.
That's right.
Every single time. They pick that phone up like clockwork. Okay, enough of that. Look, I think Bert's a good guy. Maybe someday he'll come on my show and his camera will work. I have no earthly idea. But you mentioned something I really want to get to because this is real. Okay? This is real.
Okay.
The Social Security Fund in the United States for our seniors, of which I'm one, is insolvent in 2032. That is 6 years.
That is the current. If you're on the ballot for Senate, or you're in a race, or you're voting in the Senate, that's this term of office. Think about that.
6 years.
Yeah.
I went. Ann and I, a very long time ago, went to a fly-in for Newt Gingrich when we were in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it. They used to have these fly-ins back then. This is before social media. And you go there and they have a dinner, and we get to meet some of the congressmen, Saxby Channels or whatever.
Right.
So we go there, and he has a tour of the Capitol. That's his big thing.
Right.
And so we get there. We all gather in the rotunda, and the first thing he says is, Social Security is going bankrupt in 2030. This was in 95. He said 2030 it's bankrupt.
Yep.
We have to do something. We have to fix this.
Yep.
We got to do something. They've done nothing in 30 years, and now they're 6 years away. And here's what's going to happen. If they don't fix it, 2032, there is an automatic triggered 22 to 28% cut in benefits. Average senior would be cut $500.
Yeah.
Seniors they don't have any money now.
No.
You can't do that.
No.
So, the Senate's trying to get together. The Democrats say no. All you're trying to do is cut benefits. Republicans say we need a commission. We got to do something. They do, as usual, they do nothing.
Yeah.
So now what?
They have to look. That's why I asked the question. You're running for the United States Senate. You got to throw something on the table here for a conversation piece, at least. Like, I'm concerned about it. I don't remember any of the answers because they were just so innocuous. But this is the next generation's fiscal storm coming, and it's unavoidable. It's Social Security, it's Medicare, and Medicaid. And right now, that's not including the simple fact, John, that we spend more in interest on our debt than we do defending the nation. That triggers what Niall Ferguson calls Ferguson's Law, but not named for Niall Ferguson. But it's a historic law politically where that begins and trips the beginning of the end of the empire. When you spend more servicing your debt than defending your nation. Or
Chris,
your empire.
This is Frank Zaccanelli here.
Hey, bud.
I can't wait to get on with you on this subject. I'm the all-time expert on the debt. So you've hit it perfectly. So,
Thank you.
But there's John Fredericks. How are you, John?
Good.
Yeah, Frank. When I grew up in politics, it was '92. And I was teaching high school. That was the year of Ross Perot and how he galvanized the country to focus on the debt and the deficit.
And you know how much it was, Chris? What do you think it was in '92?
Oh, it was de minimis compared to today.
$4 trillion.
Yeah.
And he said, how could we leave this to our grandchildren?
No,
that was $4 trillion. That was 34 years ago.
Can you believe it's been
40 trillion?
Yeah, almost 40.
And counting.
So, yeah, no, Frank, that's one of the reasons I really liked Ross Perot, and I know you worked on his campaign. My students were just wild about him because he was just talking straight truth to the American public. We got a real problem here. It's not about me; it's about we. And I say often in public and in writing that Ross Perot won the debate. He just didn't have to be president.
Yeah,
because he got both parties to change their direction on fiscal reality.
Yes, but it didn't last. John, why do you think it's deemed the crazy ant in the closet, where nobody wants to talk about it? Even the Donald, who I love, right? The Donald's the best businessman ever to occupy the house behind you, right? He's the best businessman by far. He knows what this debt is, but nobody really wants to talk about it. What do you think that is?
Well, they want to talk about it because in order to change it, you're going to have to either cut spending or raise taxes. And if you raise taxes, the economy tanks and you get less revenue. So you got to cut spending. And nobody in a 2-year election cycle wants to cut any spending. We didn't even cut the COVID spending. That went up $2 trillion.
All right, but let me ask something. It's impossible in today's world now to get a balanced budget amendment, right? That will never happen.
Yeah, never going to happen.
All right, so how are you ever going to even cut the debt down when you can't even balance the budget? I mean, I read last week or something, $2 trillion
a year
added to the debt for 2025. That was their kind of calculation. How the hell are you, if you own a hotel building, you're out of business.
No, no matter what you do, you're out of business. And here's, like, if you get back to Social Security, which is real, it's 6 years away, guys. 6 years. You get back to that, the Democrats, Ron Wyden, their suggestion is basically to eliminate the Social Security cap, right? There's a cap. Take so much out. They want to eliminate the cap, and then they want to double it for people that make over $500,000, right? That's their solution, which is, disaster for the economy. And that would turn the Social Security system, which was supposed to be a funded system, that would turn this into the biggest welfare transfer of wealth program in the history of the republic. I mean, that's what the Democrats are trying to do.
Right.
And it's mind-boggling.
Well,
and nobody will even deal with this. Gingrich said it 30 years ago.
Yeah.
2030, it's bankrupt. What are we going to do? 30 years later, nothing.
Well, as Lincoln said, I'm going to read the quote from Abraham Lincoln. Public sentiment is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. It's people like you, John, who are raising this issue and making our politicians confront it and making, frankly, the voters do something about it. And that's what Ross Perot did in 1992. And I think it was easily one of the most historic elections in American history. And you're going to need someone who can have that conversation and be willing to fall on the sword for the next 2 generations, because I can't look at my granddaughter and say, I'm going to do nothing. We were 1 vote away in the United States Senate from passing a balanced budget amendment. Everyone blames Mark Hatfield from Oregon. There was a lot of other votes that voted against it. Let's don't blame Hatfield and his legacy. But the simple fact of the matter was we were real close 30 years ago from passing a balanced budget amendment. We need to take up that charge again.
Well, and let me just say, from the Democratic side of the equation, they think that there's a money tree out in the back. Like in the back of the White House, there's a money tree. My mother, every time my father used to complain about something or Marge, and she'd look at him and say, Frank, what do you think? There's a money tree in our backyard? So, I was young. I went out there to make sure that there wasn't. But, what happens really when we can't pay this debt off anymore? People think it's just paper, and it's not.
No.
It's owned by taxpayers. It's owned by investors. Everybody thinks China owns a lot of it. China only owns about 2-3% of our debt. Everybody thinks all these foreign entities own this debt. They don't. So, John, what happens when you can't pay it anymore? What occurs?
Well, you turn into what happened in Portugal, where you go to the ATM machine, it's locked. You have no money. Where you can only take out $27 a day, where everything freezes, where the country is on the verge of economic collapse. I mean, you can't continue this, and nobody's got the courage to go up there and say it because they know they're going to lose. And look, you got a communist movement. The communists are about to take over the Democratic Party. And I'm cheering it on. I cheer them on. Go ahead and do it. Look, MAGA took over the Republican Party. We're 2 more cycles away from total MAGA. 2. That's it. Now, we started in 2025. It's been a long time coming. Long time. They're taking over. Their answer is basically confiscate your wealth. This tax in New York City, just let this sink in. What do they call it, Dan? And we'll get Joe in here in a minute.
Pied-à-terre.
What do they call it? Pied-à-terre. It's like a Starbucks croissant. Give me a pied-à-terre. So this tax in New York City is, if you own a home and it's a second home there and it's over $5 million, they are going to assess it and they are going to give you a wealth tax that you have to pay. Well, you're already paying a property tax. And Kathy Hochul comes on and say, well, you pay for the roads, you got to pay your fair share. Well, that's what the property tax is for. You're not even living there.
Right.
They want to confiscate a piece of that wealth. And then eventually, after 5 confiscations, the $5 million is gone and they don't have anything. This is what their plan is. It's insane.
But he's building all these Mundami we're talking about. He's building all these grocery stores. He doesn't know the first thing about running a grocery store. Let's start right there. The New York government can't run anything. They can't even run the state, let alone run a grocery store. But this is going to be the biggest debacle in the history of anything because it doesn't work. Economically, this is a joke. And I can't believe that the American people in New York actually fell for it. I can't believe they fell for it. And property in Dallas, Texas now, I live in a decent neighborhood. Property values are continuing to go up because everybody's moving out and they're coming to Texas and they're moving out of California and they're coming to Texas and Florida. So, I would say the movement is winning. I would say people have had enough. They've had enough.
Let's bring in Joe Morrissey, former state senator, Petersburg, now running for city council in Petersburg, as I'm running for commissioner in Washington, D.C. So both Joe and I going super local. Joe, thanks for joining us by phone.
My pleasure, John. Good job. I've been listening to the conversation. Great conversation. I think I'm the only one among the gang members right now that has served as a Democrat. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. With that said, in my last couple of years in the Senate, it just became a disaster for me. Just cringing every time I heard in caucus another socialist movement. And here is what is going on. It used to be back in the 50s, my God, if you were a communist, it was anathema. You were done. Socialist was a bad word. Now we have Democrats that are running as a socialist and winning. That should be frightening, number one. That should be very frightening. Number two, these Democrats that are getting in there are winning primaries, and they're going as far left. They're going left than I've ever seen before in my life. They win that primary, and then that's it, because it's a majority, because it's a Democratic district. It is scary what we're seeing. John, Social Security, and several of us on this call may be getting close to that age. It is going to go bankrupt. It is unsustainable. But the Democrats don't care. And there are Democrats in the House and in the Senate, where I served, that don't understand how to run a business. They've never run a business. They've never had a bottom line. They've never paid the light bill. They've never slipped their own salary check into the drawer and not cashed it so that their employees could get paid first. They don't understand it. Our cities are not run like a business. Cities need the following. You need to protect the citizenry with police and fire and first responders. You have to have the infrastructure working. You need good, clean schools, not new schools, good, clean schools where teachers are dedicated. Take care of those core services and other things fall in place, but they're not. And talk about building grocery stores. Have you ever seen a municipality or ever run a business and do it and make a profit? Never. If a municipality or a county gets involved in funding a football park or a baseball park or a beer brewery like they did in Richmond, they fail miserably. They don't know how to run a grocery store, and it will all collapse. But in the meantime, there's a feel-good movement. Let's do this, and let's tax the rich. Hey, listen, I want to pay my fair share of taxes. But you know what I don't like? I don't like getting up in the morning at 6 o'clock, getting my workout, go work 10 hours, and then give my income to somebody that wants to get up at 10 o'clock in the morning and go pontificate at the local Starbucks on their computer because they don't have a job, but they are a community activist. Oh, yeah, they're community activists. That drives me crazy. And the reckoning is coming. It is coming, and that is coming from a Democrat that is just absolutely dismayed by what we're seeing. John, you said a moment ago you want to cheer on these socialists that are running. I'm not sure.
Yes.
No, I think that's because I can't do that.
They're taking
over.
I want them. The communists are taking over the Democrat Party. They're taking it over. They just handed us a Senate seat in Michigan. In this environment, we have no business winning. Thank you, Mike Rogers, new senator. Thank you, Marxist, jihadist, communists, for winning and beating a liberal.
I hope you're right, John. I hope you're right. But remember when the New York mayor won that primary over Cuomo, I heard the same convo, and that was, great. This communist just got elected, just won the primary in New York. Therefore, a Republican will win the mayoralship, and it didn't work out.
You never heard that from me. You heard that from people that don't understand the way politics work,
anyway,
but you never heard it from me. But go ahead, Frank. I mean, I'm rooting the Democrats on to take.
Well, I think if Joe was a little bit more fired up, he'd probably win, right? No, Joe, I mean, obviously you're passionate about this. Let me ask a question. John knows this. Sure. I'm not sure if Chris actually knows this. I grew up with a guy by the name of Terry McAuliffe, who lived in Syracuse, New York, near me. Yeah. And we were kids, and I knew Terry all the way through, my work in Washington and some of the other things that I've done. I know Terry to be a pretty reasonable guy on most things, almost the old time Kennedy Democrat. My parents were Kennedy Democrats. Yeah. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist anymore. But does Terry McAuliffe have anything to do now with state politics in Virginia?
Yeah, he was governor.
He was governor.
He knows that.
Oh yeah, he ran again. He ran for a second time in 21 and lost to Glenn Young.
And he lost, yeah. But is he involved with this new governor? Is he involved in any of this stuff?
He is silent. We're not hearing anything from Terry McAuliffe. But you're right. Is it Frank?
Yes,
Frank?
yes, yeah.
Yeah, Frank, you are correct. He was a Kennedy-style Democrat, the kind of Democrat that got up and went to work, came home with a paycheck, supported his family, sent them either to public school or parochial school, and the family and work ethic was paramount. We don't have that anymore. We don't have that. We have people, and I wasn't being facetious when I'm talking about these Democrats that get up at 10:30 in the morning, grab their Starbucks, get on their computer, don't have a job to go to. Oh, they don't have a job to go to, but they want to vote for every socialist, liberal thing that comes down the pike. I don't know, because I'm not on Terry's speed dial. I believe right now, though, he is sitting at his coffee table with his wife, lamenting the state of the Democratic Party in Virginia. I believe that.
And that's true, but he loves John Fredericks. So, he told me, he says, I love John. He says, John and I get along. It's part of the problem, though, John and Chris, that, we don't have Kennedy Democrats anymore, and again, it is fueling the mega movement because there's no way to even be an independent anymore. You know, I consider myself pretty independent on things, but how do you even look to the left and see anything that resembles anything that you've either grown up with, live with, or agree with? How do you do it, John?
Well, one of the primary problems here that both parties frankly get stuck with is there are two ways to get on the ballot and try to win an election. It's the Republican nomination or the Democratic nomination. That's it. And both parties practice duopoly when it comes to ballot access. So you're stuck. It's a binary construct. And the Democratic Socialists of America have figured it out. We're going to take over the party. It's one of the reasons why the Democrats lost in 2016 because of Jill Stein and Gary Johnson costing Hillary Clinton all those votes in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That's just what happened. That's just math. And they figured out the math, and keeping the team together in 2020 was essential for them. Keeping them together in 2026 is essential for them in 28. This is the crack up in the Democratic Party because they have taken it to themselves, and they can't get rid of these people because they're the ones who are showing up to every meeting and out organizing the old Clinton establishment. And they're the new rising power in the Democratic Party. Democrats can say no, it's not happening. It's the exact same thing that MAGA did with the Republicans. They just figured out the math.
Same thing. That's why I'm cheering them on. If I didn't cheer them on, I'd be duplicitous. My mission in 2015 was to go to that convention in Cleveland as the delegation leader for Virginia, and I almost beat Cuccinelli. He beat me by 2 votes in that election. Was to go to Cleveland and lead a MAGA movement to take the party over. 12 years later, we're there. Okay, It takes time, and we took a lot of hits and we took a lot of abuse, and we did lose some races because some of our candidates. But we're right there. It would be hypocritical now for me to tell the communists they don't have a right to take over their party the way we took over ours.
Yeah.
It's math. You guys are more organized and more inspired than your opponents, and that's what it takes.
Joe, tell me about your who are you running against?
I'm running against a 15-year entrenched Democrat. It is a major African-American city. My opponent is African-American. He was the former mayor when the city almost went bankrupt. I am running as an independent. I would ask John to have me on the show on November 5th because I sense that these Democrats are fed up, and I think I'm not going to win by a small margin, okay? I don't think it's going to be a small margin because I've been out for about 46 days knocking on the doors. So it's an independent against an entrenched Democrat, and it's in an African-American city. So we will see what happens. But, Frank, I hope that we can have the same conversation in about 2.5 months.
Well, Past the Wire Sports, John, has a minus 140 to win it. So, we've got it up on the board now.
Morrissey
Joe. You're favored. You're minus
he's
140
fix
to
your
100.
puddle. I backed Joe in every race he's ever had. We're about 50-50. We had some big upsets. We had some tough losses, but Joe is a Democrat. I backed him in every race. He had mayor of Richmond and state senate and whatever he was doing. So, Joe, I know you're going to win that race in Petersburg. I look forward to having you there, and I look forward to winning my race for local commission here in Washington, D.C. See, Joe and I get back. We're just fixing potholes now. This is
right.
This is
how you
connect with people. You fix their potholes.
John, you're going to love this. I'm going to end on this. I've just got a flyer prepared, and I said, after 15 years of the incumbent, how do your roads look? You flip, ... You flip open the paper, and there are 15 pictures of different streets with potholes enough to break your leg, okay? And it has the name of the street, 2046 Halifax Street, and there's 15 different streets, and it's a disaster. Because what do I fix, John?
You fix stuff that's broke.
Yeah, I fix things that are broke. So my billboard says he fixes things.
Yeah.
So hey, with that, I got to get out.
Thanks for sharing, Joe.
Fighting Joe is now.
Yeah, Joe. Nice meeting you.
Morrissey, he's always fighting Joe. So look, I want to change the subject here. We've got to get to the NCAA, the complete crack up that's going on. a judge, I think it was earlier in the week or over the week or Friday or something, was after our Godzilla Win show, issues a ruling, upsets whatever the NCAA did, said that now kids that graduated in 22, that came in 22, are now eligible for a 5th year. So now that kids that have jobs are now going back to college, rosters get upset. The NCAA already made a 5-year ruling starting with kids coming in 23. Now it's turned into chaos again. Now there was players that have signed pro contracts that want to go back. Well, the NCAA is clear. Once you sign a pro contract, you can't go back to college. Now they're suing for that. This thing is never going to end. There is no NCAA. Guys, it is complete chaos. Saxman, Frank, where are we going from here?
Go ahead, Chris.
Well, that's what I told you years ago, John. This was unsustainable. The SEC does not need the NCAA to function. They don't in any way, shape, or form. They have 2 sports that make money: football and basketball, men's basketball primarily. Some of the women's colleges do, very few. But this is coming down to this is what the rest. This is more of a canary in the coal mine for the rest of our country, John. Because we talked about entitlements and Social Security. Eventually, the math and the money catches up to reality, or vice versa. Reality catches up to math and money, and people just start calling out for what it is. Can't do it anymore. It's not functional. It's not sustainable, and you have to make hard decisions. So, my advice to everyone in this country listening: get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because we have hard decisions to make, because we have made the easy ones for well over 20 years in this country. We can finance everything and everything's going to be great and nothing's going to ever end. And we'll just keep pumping out cheap money, cheap interest rates. And it's functionally backwards. And this is why business people need to get more involved in politics, because it's unsustainable. And so tough luck to the NCAA. I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less about the NCAA and their problems. Okay, I have other things to worry about. Is functional.
Well, John, I think that it's a matter of, I've said this, I think, on several shows. It's a matter of leadership, the void of leadership, the void of direction. The NCAA is just one big mismatch. It's a big smorgasbord, And whenever you get educators that get in there now and think they're going to run, the athletic side of this thing and the business side of this thing, you can forget it. These guys they don't have any background to be able to run this thing. And, the interesting thing about it is the NCAA keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There's more money. There's more television money. There's more everything. But with all of that, it gets worse. And, some of these judges that come in and they just make these rulings and they come out of left field. And, that's the state of our country, though. Look what they've done to the Donald in certain cases. You got a federal judge somewhere that has nothing to do with anything that makes a ruling that has a big effect on the federal law. And, it really hamstrings the president in a lot of ways. The same thing here, if you got people really trying to rally, the NCAA to do the right thing, you got these judges coming out of left field. I mean, how do you do it, John? How do you do it?
The NCAA has no teeth. I know they appealed this, but they're probably not going to win. It's going to end up going to SCOTUS. I have no idea how SCOTUS will rule. Nobody knows what Amy Coney Barrett's doing from one day to the next. So I have no idea. But this thing is a mess. I was talking to somebody at the in the administration yesterday, and they don't know what to do. I mean, you can't put the genie back in a bottle. You can't put the toothpaste back in. It's run amok. You got these judges that just make these rulings that disrupt everything. And now we got I'm telling you, the next lawsuit that just got filed, I think yesterday, was somebody that signed a pro contract, got money, got a bonus, wants to come back and get NIL money in the 5th year, and the NCAA says no, you can't do that, and he's suing and says you can't restrict trade for me going back to college to get a master's degree.
Yeah.
They're going to win.
It's restraint of trade. You hit it right on the head.
Yeah, Chris, the difference is back in the day, or not even the day, 10 years ago, these kids weren't getting paid what they're getting paid now.
Right.
You take a look. We did a little segment on Pass the Wire. Pass the Wire Sports John Fredericks Network, 6 to 7 every evening. We did a little piece on Lane Kiffin, and you guys will be interested in this. I don't like Lane Kiffin, but he's a successful guy, okay? Every place he goes, he's a bulldozer. And when he leaves, there's broken bones everywhere. But he picked up the Arizona State quarterback, okay? It's one that John, I had 2 kids go to ASU. John's got a kid out there. I keep up with it. I used to sit on their athletic board. Yeah. He picks up this kid from Arizona State who's a really good quarterback, and they pay him $6 million. Right. They're paying him $6 million, okay? I mean, this kid is happy. This kid's going to play in college. He's making $6 million. So, that's why some of these guys, John, from the pros, they think there's more money in college.
There is. And so the restraint of trade doesn't apply anymore, because once the colleges openly broke the seal on the facade of not paying kids that they were always given bags of cash, let's be honest, for decades, if not generations. Once you openly did that, the law has to be equally applied. And you can't say to someone, I'm going to restrain your trade, your ability to go make money, just because the Dallas Mavericks, Frank Zaccanelli's former team, and the University of Dallas, the money is still green no matter what place in Dallas you're playing. It doesn't matter anymore.
Let me tell you guys a real great story. So you remember when SMU got the death penalty?
Yes.
You guys remember that? Okay.
Oh, God, yeah.
I knew everybody involved there. I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. The governor was involved, for cripe's sakes, okay? Right. All right, but here's the deal. I knew Craig James, who was one of the 2 players, the running backs, where they had the tandem with Eric Dickerson, who Dickerson is one of the greatest running backs of all time.
Ever.
And SMU had the best team money could buy illegally. Okay. Well, what ends up happening is these guys then graduate. Okay. And Craig goes to the New England Patriots, and he's the only player in the history of college sports that took a pay cut when he went. he was making less money his first 2 years than what SMU was illegally paying him. That's how bad this thing was.
Yeah.
But, I say that in just as a story, but, paying the players is a good idea and it's a bad idea. It's a good idea and it's a bad idea. When Nick Saban's making $12 million a year, all this, money coming in, there's got to be some offset. But John, I'll ask you, I don't think that the NIL is being policed properly, and I don't think it's being handled properly.
There's no governing body. It's just a wild west. Everybody does whatever they want. They tried to govern it. They tried to put together a commission. Everybody blew through it. And they don't have any teeth. They can't enforce it. I mean, and if they try to do something, they just sue, and then it gets overturned. Right. So the whole thing is just turned into a mess.
John, what we're going to end up having here is what happens in every industry, that every business that grows and becomes dominant, and you have shady characters doing shady things and taking advantage of kids and families like this. You're going to have a heavily regulated organization that's going to oversee this stuff. You can't get away from it. We do it on stock markets. We do it everywhere else.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
But it's going to happen. It's got to happen legislatively. 100%. And right now, nobody's got any votes for any of the bills. I mean, Cruz has got one that's bipartisan. They don't have the votes. There's the House bill that Johnson has. I forget the name of it. They don't have the votes. The Black Caucus is opposed to everything they're doing.
Yeah.
It's a mess. It is a mess.
Well, it's a great messaging opportunity to talk about free enterprise, the free market, and having the Black Caucus oppose it because they're restricting the trade of their constituents.
Exactly.
And how do you go back to them and say, you can't do that? They're going to throw
we got to go. We got to go. But don't forget 2 things. Today, 6 to 7 p.m., our new show. It is so hot. I hang on every word. Pass the Wire Sports on the John Fredericks Media Network, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. Every station, every app, every TV, everything we got, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern time, hosted by that man right there, Frank Zaccanelli. It is so hot. You don't want to miss a day. And they got picks. They got over-unders. They're going to talk about the Titans tonight, so I'm fired up about that. But it's all good. And don't forget
you may not like what I say, but that's all right. Okay. We'll find out.
Then Saturday morning, Godzilla wins. Frank is back. Saxman is back. our iconic show, 9-11 a.m.
What a show, right? The Godzilla wins. What a show.
9 to 11.
It's a great show. It's a great show.
Really is a great show. It's the hottest thing we got, second only to Pass the Wire Sports.
And Killer Carl is the lead-in with yours truly as the guest host tomorrow there, JF.
Yeah, let's put a little plug in for Danny Boy, who's going to be hosting the Killer Car Show at 8. So we got a full-packed day tomorrow. Hey, guys, I got a special edition of the John Fredericks Show right now. Mike Lindell, running for governor, Minnesota, now the favorite to be the nominee, got Trump's backing. The latest poll that came out last night, Lindell is going to be the Republican nominee for governor. Can you say Jesse Ventura? He needs an action figure, baby. Mike Lindell next. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Stay with us. Frank, Chris, thank you.
At least 5 people dead, several others wounded. A shooting at a high school near Bangkok. Police in Thailand say the student gunman took his own life. On Wall Street this hour, stocks trading higher. The Dow is up about 100 points. On the NASDAQ Composite Index is ahead 211, and the S&P is up 27 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Are you tired of feeling lousy? Maybe you had a scare at your last checkup or just walking hurts? When enough is enough, call PhD Weight Loss. When I had enough 4 years and 53 pounds ago, I knew I couldn't do it alone. I'm Mike Gallagher for PhD Weight Loss. Best phone call I ever made. They were right with me. They still are today. Right now, mention Mike. You'll get 2 free weeks added to the program, and they'll pay for the cost of your food. $1,500 value. Call 864-644-1900, 864-644-1900, or visit myphdweightloss.com.
So Karen and Michael Collins were in their 20s. They were newly married, and Michael found out he had cancer, stage 4. They're members of MediShare, and MediShare came through for them, not just financially.
But they called and they said, hey, we know you're going through treatment. We just wanted to call and pray for you. And it rocked my world.
MediShare was a blessing to us because they just made it so easy.
Call now, and you'll see why so many Christians have made the switch to MediShare. Here's the number, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
An East African country says it's on board with the Mideast peacekeeping plan.
Uganda's parliament has approved sending troops to Gaza as part of an international stabilization force proposed by President Donald Trump's Board of Peace in February. Morocco also has pledged to send troops to Gaza. The force would be led by U.S. Major General Jasper Jeffers, who in May said that the force of about 20,000 would ensure future prosperity and enduring peace after the Israel-Hamas war. Last week, Trump announced a deal for Hamas to disarm and for Israel to pull its forces from Gaza. Once Israeli forces have left, then the International Stabilization Force would come in. I'm Donna Water.
Water levels on Europe's famed Danube River have dropped so low because of the drought that World War II German battleships are coming into view. The Danube's record levels also forcing power plants to the brink of shutdown. News and analysis at townhall.com. The heat is on, and it's a life-altering event for a lot of people.
A new AP Nort poll finds that Americans are increasingly noticing the impact of extreme heat on their lives. According to the survey, U.S. adults nationally have become more likely to say that extreme heat has had either a major impact or a minor impact on their travel or vacation plans, electricity bills, their sleep, their families' outdoor activities, and more since 2024. Much of that shift was among people who live in the West or Midwest. At the same time, belief in climate change has declined slightly since last year, with Democrats more likely than Republicans to say that extreme heat has had a major impact on their lives. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
AAA's national average for a gallon of regular gas stands at $4.04 this morning. It's down 2 cents from yesterday. It's also 6 cents lower than a week ago. More on these stories at townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size, only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Oh, you're on a special edition of the John Fredericks Media Network. Michael Patrick Leahy, he'll be live, Tennessee, Nashville, 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central. Why do we have a special edition today? Because I've got with me the next Republican gubernatorial candidate from Minnesota, Mike Lindell. Mike, you're going to win the primary. You're going to be nominated for governor of Minnesota, and then you're going to go on to beat Amy Klobuchar, and you're going to be governor of Minnesota. And we are fired up.
Well, thank you, John. And yeah, we're praying. Everything's looking good, but I told my team not to let up. We vote Tuesday, and we're going to have a big watch party. It's going to be a lot of fun. But it's been every day. I went all in this week. I had to say goodbye to my company. I don't know if you've seen that announcement. I said I'm a minority stockholder now, and I'm all in to win this. And I'm polling great, so it's got the president's endorsement, and it's looking good.
Who is it that who are now the majority decision makers in My Pillow? Who did you transfer?
Oh no, it was all employee owned. Nothing's changed. I just went down below the minority, and I'll still have a board seat. And we're bringing back actually a guy that was with me kind of back in the very beginning, Jim Furlong. He was our president of the company to 2019. And then he retired before all the kind of probably had a good time before all the attacks on My Pillow after the 2020 election. So he's coming back, and so there we. And My Pillow is so secure now, so I can devote my time to fixing Minnesota like we had to repair My Pillow after the attacks the last 5 years.
I know you've done a super job, and we're a big believer in your company. And right now, before we get to your gubernatorial race, I want to tell everybody he's got a great sale going on right now, like the mega pillow sale. He's got everything. I tell you what, Joe's going, my son Joe, he's going back to Maryland University, got a baseball apartment there. Oh, he's been home doing rehab. I tell you what, we got box after box. Every box we got in said, My Pillow, My Pillow, My Pillow. I'm like, what the hell's all these My Pillow boxes, Ann? It's all for Joe. Comforter, bed sheets, the Giza sheets, the My Pillows, the My Pillow sheets, the mattress topper. He's got to get that for his back. It goes on and on and on. Slippers, socks, this, that, towels. Like I must have had 15 boxes from My Pillow. She said, "Look, I'm a one-person gang on affordability. I'm fighting for lower prices. I got free shipping. I saved hundreds of dollars."
Yeah, you got exclusive free shipping with that promo code Godzilla that we're celebrating. John, I want to thank your audience. For My Pillow to get through, I couldn't have ran for governor, everybody, if I didn't have the support of everyone out there like your audience. And having that support, I'm able to, I couldn't have ran for governor if I didn't know My Pillow and my employees were secure. And all through the fight, they were there. And so we're giving back the free shipping. This is exclusive for your audience, promo code Godzilla. And all the sales, we combined about 4 sales. We've got the Mega 2 sale, and then we've got the mattresses. You guys, 50% off on the mattresses, free shipping. Shipping's expensive. And but my employees, it's kind of like a My Pillow thank you to your audience, Sean, because I'm telling you, I couldn't run for governor and going 98%. I got to be 100% all in, and so I can't thank you enough.
Well, thank you, Mike. And you've been there for us from the beginning, and we love your products. And, Ann saved a ton of money. We had free shipping, and, Joe's all set. And the other kids that go into that, there's a baseball apartment, they're going to be like, whoa, dude, give me one of them pillows. So he's got
they've attacked, you know what? They've been attacked my pillow for so long, but in spite of that, we've sold 85 million my pillows now. I mean, you know why? Because they work. They get you the best sleep ever. And it's funny running for governor, you guys, they've even attacked me for giving out the little pillows at the parade. They're trying to say, Mike, it's a campaign violation. You gave out the little tiny pillows, these pillows here. So even my own party's attacking me, John. It's disgusting.
I tell you what, Mike, it is just ridiculous. All the things that you've gone through. But I want to get to your governor's race, because you are going to be the nominee on Tuesday. And the one thing, I'm going to talk to Dawn. Okay, here's what we need. Once you get the nomination, here's what we need. We need a Mike Lindell action figure. Got to get an action figure, because if you go back to Jesse Ventura, when he won nobody saw this coming. He was like third in the polls, independent. Nobody saw it. Everybody was writing him off. And then he did an ad in his truck, and it was the action figure, and he won that race. We need a Mike Lindell action figure. That's what we got to get. We get a bunch of those. You got
that sounds good. My son just went to grab a bobblehead. We do have the Mike Lindell bobbleheads.
We got to get the action figure.
Here we go. You got your autographed bobblehead right there. There it is, everybody. And you can get that with that promo code Godzilla, and they're autographed. They're even autographed.
I know, right? Listen. You're going to win this primary. Tell us about, you've got some pretty good candidates in there that, the House leader. Lisa is a fine young lady. Think a lot of her. But right now, everybody I'm talking to there on the ground is telling me you got the juice. But now we got somebody suing you again because you go to a parade and you give away pillows.
Yeah.
And somehow they're saying that's a violation of campaign law. Well, people give away, bottles of water with their name on it. They give away pens, fans. Well, you give away pillows.
Yeah.
What is the problem?
Well, here's what's happened. When I got the president's endorsement about 3 weeks ago, it's a very unique situation in Minnesota. The Minnesota GOP has picked the winner since 1994. So they wanted Lisa Damuth, but we got up to Duluth, Minnesota for the convention in May, and the voting machines actually went down for 3 hours, and then ended up with Kendall Pauls winning the endorsement. And Lisa Damuth they said, well, the machines were bad, so you can go ahead and run too. That's who they wanted. That's who they had picked. And it's very strange. After I get the president's endorsement, my own party, Alex Plexus, comes after me, and he said, Mike Lindell, we don't know why the president did this. He comes with baggage and attacking me. And then they went in for the attack on these giving out these little pillows, which was a month ago, which I checked with the campaign finance board. And it's just, it's not a violation. The guy put in there, they're worth $34.95. These are ones that are $4.90. But then they also attacked me for giving away my books, sending my books out. They attacked me for, what were the other things? There was like 4 media attacks on me. And every time they did, John, get this, I went up in the polls. So it's, the last year, I've been polling number 1. The people want change. We've had the same input in Minnesota, and you get the same output. Minnesota's in the eye of the whole country with all the fraud, billions of dollars worth of fraud. We have Sharia law going on here. They're trying to get through with the Muslims and the Islam practicing here. We've got so many problems. Minnesota's, I think now the 3rd in the country is the most least affordable state to live in. 100,000 people have left Minnesota under Governor Walz's watch. It goes on and on and on. So I don't know if you know this, John, but yesterday on my website, lindellgov.com, we put out a budget we've worked on for 6 months. I'm a businessman. We put out this budget without cutting programs, we're replacing them and going after these 14 or 24 welfare programs and 400 NGOs. The whole budget, bringing in a new healthcare plan. In Minnesota would be the 10th state to be state income tax free, just like our neighboring South Dakota, Texas, Florida. And then, so none of the media today, when this came out yesterday, they're all silent on me. I'm going, where are you now to talk about it? They do this to me. They've been doing it to me for 5 years. But if the people, they look at this and they're going to go, wow, you didn't just brag like politicians do. I'm going to lower your taxes, vote for me, and I'm going to do this or do that. I put the meat behind it, said, here's how I'm going to do it. So, and I've said, if I knew someone else was going to implement this plan and make my state great again and livable again, I would say, here you go. Because they asked me, well, why did you run? I believe I'm the only one that can save the state because the other ones haven't done anything. And I've got a great team around me, and it's very exciting that we're going to, I believe we're going to win the primary. I mean, it's looking good. I'm not taking anything for granted, and we'll see.
I love the way you've set your campaign up. I've talked to enough people there, and if you win, I'm definitely doing a bus tour for you. I'm coming up there with a bus tour for you. I've got to do that. Go around the state. I'll get Dan Oxner to come with me. It's going to be so much fun. But I'm focused right now on your primary victory. We can get to we can get to Amy later. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, focus on that. And what people are telling me is you have set up a campaign organization in virtually every community in every town.
Right.
And nobody else has done that. And because you know how to organize, you run a business.
Right.
This is how you built your company. So you got people in every single community in Minnesota that's helping you, and that's how you're going to win.
Yeah, it's very similar to, if you remember, the last 5 years since the 2020 election, I set up the Cause of America, 300,000 people in all 50 states, as we went in to secure our elections and attack our election platforms and dig in, and then built my election crime network and all these things while getting attacked. So this is the same premise. What I did, we have 67 Senate districts. We call them ambassadors. We communicate every week, and we also communicate on my Vocal app. It's like a Facebook app that I have in VOCL. And I'm always in communication with my teams. So like when we went out and put out tens of thousands or 10,000 signs, like we're going to get up to 20. It was just it's a communication network. It's amazing, leading all these teams and at the same time moving forward in their communities. It's worked great, and we didn't leave anyone behind. They're going, well, Mike, are you gonna, don't go to the inner city. You get your voters out here. No, we're going everywhere. My watch party is downtown Minneapolis on Tuesday night. I mean, I'm not going to leave anyone behind. Remember, John, when I came out of addiction in 2016, by the grace of God, I spent the next 12, 13 years before all the election stuff helping the inner cities, and in my programs put my own money, millions and millions of dollars worth in getting people out of addiction to Jesus Christ, helping homeless, and if there was a hurricane victim, whatever it would be, this help programs were set up, and Minneapolis didn't forget that. My friends down there, they didn't forget that. Everyone says, well, Mike Lindell, you're not going to be able to turn an independent. You know what? We're going to turn Democrats is what we're going to do. If you can do that, you can blow the independents over with a feather. People want change. They want good lives here. It's not affordable to live. So it's exciting. We built a great team.
What are you going to do if you're governor about the fraud?
The fraud, we've got my Lieutenant Governor, Philip Parrish. It's like a Minnesota Doge. We're already working on this, John. We broke down these programs at like 24, like I said, bigger welfare programs. And then you have like 400 NGOs. We've already dug into them. We even have on our website, there's stuff about Keith Ellison, our Attorney General. We have our own investigations going on. People say, do you think the Governor Walz is doing enough on the fraud? I said, wasn't he in on it? I said, we're diving in. We're going after from the top down, and we're already looking at this. I haven't sat just campaigning. It's kind of like what the president did during the middle of 4 years there. He wasn't just out campaigning. He was planning what I'm going to do when he get in there on day one. So we're setting all this up. You get the fraud out of the way, And these programs still need to be looked at. Are they good? Do they have a good return on their investment? Does it really help people? And that we got a lot of problems going on in Minnesota, and then you have all the illegals, and people confuse the Somalians with the illegals. Somalians are here illegally. All these illegals, when I'm going to do Minnesota, they've been blocking our president. We had all the ICE and the two tragedies in Minneapolis. Well, we have 1,400 illegals in our prisons here, and upwards of 1,000 in our jails. And we pay $159 million a year to house them on day one. And now I'm calling up ICE. Here you go, come and get them. Just yesterday, the vice president is putting an ICE facility in Minnesota, so it works perfect. And then I'm going after the employers that are employing these illegals and making it a jailable offense. It's illegal to hire them. They're taking our jobs of our people that are legal here working. And they're cheating Minnesota out of $1.5 billion in taxes that they're not paying. You go after these employers and not make it a fine. They'll do it at cost of doing business. I'm going to attack them head on, hold the owners accountable, take away their business license if they're hiring these illegal. Then they won't be coming to Minnesota anymore. We become a welfare state. We just had to bail out our hospital in Minneapolis because we're Minnesota nice. We're going to offer everybody. We're not going to let them, go without health care. But we had to bail out our hospital. We've got to stop the illegals from pouring into Minnesota, and this is the way you do it.
What is your biggest differentiator going into Tuesday with your chief opponent for the Republican nomination for governor, Lisa DeMuth?
It's an all-out attack she's been doing, and that's with our own party. Our own party did not get behind the person they endorsed. I talked to Kendall Qualls, and I said, it's a shame you got the nomination. They're not even helping you. So it's been attack ads. Mike gave out pillows at parades. Mike gave out his book, and Mike, there's a good one, John. Mike's not, they tried to disqualify. Mike doesn't even live in Minnesota. He doesn't have a driver's license. He lives in Texas. I went to Texas to get married a couple of years ago. So I show my stubs of my paychecks. I show my driver's license when I registered a year ago, but they still put doubt in people's head. So they're doing those attacks. What I'm doing this weekend, I'm going to put all digital, send it out. Hey, I have a plan to make Minnesota income tax free. It's at the state level. I have a plan, like a businessman, show everybody my plan. I could sit here and attack Lisa DeMuth all day long. She did nothing with this fraud. A year ago that I came up with the thing about the fraud, but the Democrats blocked me. I'm going, well, good for you, Lisa. I said, you should have yelled a little louder. John, one of the things that people say, if I'm governor, they go, well, Mike, how are you going to unite the parties? I said, that's going to be so easy because the common sense solutions they have, that just like the president has done, if people in Minnesota, all walks of life in Minnesota, every person, I don't care what party they're in or what they are, liberal, conservative, if you're bringing a common sense solution that helps all the people, and I'm getting blocked by either party or to get this pushed through, John, I got a big mouth. I will be telling everyone in Minnesota, these guys are doing this, and it's the people. I work for the people, not the other way around. It's been going the wrong way for too long. So I really believe it's going to be a great uniting because we have a blessing here in Minnesota, and that is the fraud. Now with the fraud, you can actually say, hey, there's major problems. And that gets down to the craziness that's been done in our state. When I said a nation had turned its back on God at the Rose Garden that time, I said we had taken God out of the schools. We need to pray for God's grace, get back in the Word. I could have been talking about Minnesota. We have a governor that let a satanic statue be put in the Capitol, and he got an award for it. You know what he said? We got to be fair. Fair to the devil? I mean, we just had a week ago, they came up with these paper dolls that you switch genitals for kids in our schools 4 to 10 years old. This is in the news. This stuff is, you talk about, tampons in men's bathrooms, all the stuff that's been so crazy up here. It's actually a blessing because this is the one time we should be able to walk through this door. And even it's open, even people over here on the left going, this is nuts. It doesn't even make sense what's going on up here. And you don't cooperate with the federal government. You're always saying not wanting this and not wanting that. And I got to tell you a side note. Minneapolis, Minnesota has the strictest protest laws in the United States, one of the top, but we never enforce them. It's like, I'm all about protesting, but you can't commit crimes while you're protesting. And it's, you're talking about a state that let Black Lives Matter 8 years ago block off Highway 35W, an 8-lane highway. My workers couldn't get to work from Minneapolis, but just these nonsensical things are actually good things. God uses all things for good for those who believe. I always got to keep telling people that. They come, Mike, look at this. How are we going to fix this? They say, right now it's going to help us get elected. And then we've got the changes that we're going to make.
If you're governor, what are you going to do with Keith Ellison, the attorney general?
Put him in prison. Seriously, we've got so much on him. If you go to my website, lindellgov.com, we've had a 2-year investigation on him. And there's even tapes there. He's even doing stuff in this election. I mean, seriously, and he came after my Lindell Recovery Network that helps people, addicts, get to off that and get to Jesus. And he's attacked that for 2 years. Him and I have quite a history, John. And no, we're going after him. Elon Omar, Waltz, they're not going to get off easy. Anyone that was in on this, but there's a lot of other things with Keith Ellison.
What's the number one, once you're governor, your number one objective first 100 days? What is it, Mike Lindell?
Well, there's if you go to my website now, we've got the budget up there. We're moving forward with everything, but one of the things is our health care. Right away, I'm going to hit the ground running at that. We got a direct primary care platform set up, and this will save $10 billion. And healthcare is the biggest problem of our affordability in Minnesota. So we're going to hit the ground with that. Obviously, the fraud first day. John, the way I do it, like when my pillow was being attacked, I don't worry just about this department over here or this department. Right now, I'm doing my due diligence. So everything moves forward at the same time. I'm going to get rid of all the commissioners, bring my teams in. Some of them I'm going to keep. I've been doing the due diligence. And set up a whole communication thing with that. As you know, I micromanage and macromanage. And I'll tell you what, we're not going to let some sector, well, it's the third quarter report, sir. We're missing $6 billion. You know what? I'm going to know that the first day. You don't wait. Everything is in real time. And I'm going to get rid of the illegals. That's going to be a top thing that are sitting in our prison. That's an easy save. Come and get them. This is ridiculous. Other states and cities that have cooperated. Here's the ones at least in our prisons, and get them out of here. But again, like I say, it's going to be and then one of the things I'm going to really put in this advertising or this communication thing that I have to communicate with the state on a daily basis as we move forward, kind of like the president does. I'll be very transparent with everyone in Minnesota. So if there's a problem here, we've already been there. I've met with the teachers. I've met with the farmers. I met with the blacks in the inner city, Hispanics, all these different groups. So I already know the problems, and the first 100 days will be just like the next 100 days. Everything at the same time. They're going to go, how you get all this done? Remember when the president, he got all that stuff done in the first 100 days? We're going, how are you getting all this done? He's stamping executive orders because he did his due diligence ahead of time. So I'll be ready to go across the board like a businessman should.
What is your position on ICE in Minnesota?
It's just I'm going to cooperate fully with the president. Like I said, I was so happy to see they brought in a facility. Now, we've got a unique situation in Minnesota. 54,000 illegals. Our governor gave them these ID cards, and it was supposed to say non-citizen. It doesn't say nothing. So they're using them to drive on our roads and to vote. So we have a big problem there. And like I say, the first thing I'm going to do is give all the ones that are in our prisons to ICE immediately. And if whatever the federal government says, hey, we're going to cooperate 100%, because right now it's Minnesota is the tip of the spear for pushback. They're not going to do anything, but they and then go after these employers. Going after these employers will help. So maybe then they'll quit coming here and then leave. Leave on their own, because if you're caught, the big problem we have, John, is our sheriffs in Minnesota. I went around and met with them. It doesn't matter if it's rural Minnesota or downtown, the law enforcement in Minneapolis or St. Cloud or anywhere. I met with them and they said, Mike, it's so frustrating. They said, I can arrest my brother for a DWI, whatever, and he's got to go through all the process. I got an illegal and I got to let him go. And I can't call, ICE to get him. I mean,
Incredible.
you can't make this stuff up. So I'm going to give them the power to enforce the law.
All right. I know you're the people's candidate. Final question. Both of us have got to go. Last year, the Minnesota Vikings played, I think, 3 games in Europe, home games. Really upset Vikings fans, especially season ticket holders. They got screwed out of 3 games. Not everybody can just fly, get on a jet, take 5 days off and fly to a football game in Dublin. If you're governor, are you going to go to the NFL and say, hey, we're not going to play, or go to those owners and say, we're not playing 3 games again in Europe or Mexico or Germany or wherever the hell it is. We're playing them here in Minnesota.
Well, I don't know if I have the right to do that, but I would sure encourage them to play in Minnesota, where all this money we're getting taxed on for our stadium, one of the best stadiums in the country, and this tax has been paid for a long time. We, the people, are paying for this tax. As you need to play here and flourish our downtown Minneapolis, which is empty. We have buildings down there going from 60 million to 6 million. They need to stay in our city. You're spot on, John. And you know what? If Minneapolis needs help, as all the big cities that they've ruined, and we need to bring tourism and everything and commerce back to there. So I'll be right on that. And then I'll go to the owners and say, and by the way, if we get this done, bring us a Super Bowl.
You should have a Super Bowl. You got a dome. You got all the hotels.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean for us to win a Super Bowl.
Oh well, I'm not. Yeah.
To win a Super Bowl.
Well, you got to get a quarterback. I'm not sure what the deal is there, but that's for another day.
Yeah.
That's for another day. But look, a lot of Vikings fans, people I talk to in Minnesota, they love their Vikings. So best of luck to them this season. Mike Lindell, I got to tell you what, your pillow sale is unbelievable. Anybody out there right now, just go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla, get all the sales, they get everything. There's free shipping. Like Ann said, I'm saving hundreds of dollars. I'm a one-man gang against inflation with MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla. Mike, people want to follow your campaign, vote for you, send you a donation. Where do they go?
Yeah, it's simple, everybody. LindellGov.com. We need help. That's what we do need. I've got the marketing down. I just need the resource. You guys get behind me, please. LindellGov.com. And then I'll go back to the pillow sale. My employees, it's a win-win-win. You've supported them. You get that free shipping on your entire order. I use that promo code Godzilla, and my employees will appreciate it so much. And then I'm concentrating over here. So LindellGov.com and then MyPillow, use that promo code. Best promo code, free shipping on your entire order.
Godzilla promo code. If you're governor, are you going to make Dawn Curtis your chief of staff?
Yeah, maybe. Well, they need her at MyPillow, though. I do dual duties, but yeah.
She's the best.
Yeah,
Dawn Curtis is the best. She got married. I can't remember her married name. I know her as Dawn Curtis, but she's the best.
Yeah, she is. And I have, that's why another reason MyPillow has been so strong during these times.
You've got great people.
Great employees. We have great people. So,
you got great people. And they've been there forever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. These people. When I had to say my goodbye the other day, it was very tearful. I'll tell you, it was hard.
I bet it was. And
it's like they're like family, every one of them. So.
Mike, good luck. You're going to win Tuesday night. I can't wait to do my bus tour there. This is going to be a fun campaign. Tell your son we need Mike Lindell action figures. Gotta have it.
He's right here.
Action figure. Jesse Ventura. Let's go. Mike, thanks.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me on.
All right, back to regular programming. Michael Patrick Lane.